All right. Okay. Thanks. Thanks anyway. Bye. Here, I've got it on my phone. Who would like it? I've got it on my phone. Would you like for me to? I need to send it to your copy because I've got to sit and make my book out. Can I send it to you? Can I give you to a? Can I send it to a phone, or would you like to take a picture of it or something? You want to take a picture? Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. I've been when I should have been doing my book. I've been trying to solve technical problems. So, photos. Okay, you want to take a
What's his name from Hobbs?
Crossland?
Cross.
All right, so here, take it back so you can see the bench. All right, you want to see?
Lower it this way.
Okay, lower it this way.
That's it.
Okay, you got it. Can you see it? All right, there you go. Of course. All right, sorry, don't mean to. All right. All right, now then. I'm surprised, Coach Crossland. He usually will just he'll send the paper up. I'm surprised he didn't send the paper up.
He told her there was too windy to take a picture of.
Yeah, but he usually will have a paper. You know, what I mean, he usually. I'm just surprised that he didn't do that. So.
Okay, look at Hobbs.
I just gave her Corral. That was it.
Oh, yeah, let's do the intro. Countdown.
Are things better or worse?
Call it feel like the big room or something.
Can we
Yeah, you know, like the
do
cake.
anything
They show pictures like the big room over there, like sponsoring.
So today, the big room,
How's that from?
the big room,
Yeah, like the picture out there.
well,
See, like his scoreboard or something showing the big room at the game.
when they get a new scoreboard,
All digital. They can show the girls that's like body
All right, so this is bench today for us.
Just, it's on this side, Coach. It's on this side. That one. Just, yeah, just open it all the way around.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right. Now, all right. Now, let's see. Now, Jerry, did they send up a written lineup for a paper lineup for Carlsbad? They sent up a paper lineup, not the roster, but the actual lineup. Hey,
Can you take a picture of the rosters for me?
Sure.
you can take a picture of my picture.
I'll take a picture of your picture.
Yeah, take a picture. And then I need to take a picture of somebody's picture of Carlsbad's lineup if I can. I'll trade you. There it goes. There it goes. All right, cool. I don't have the Carlsbad lineup. That's I'm looking for the Carlsbad lineup.
Jerry, do you have the Carlsbad lineup?
No. We got the Carlsbad lineup. Ah, there it goes. Today. Okay, let me take a picture, and then I'll.
Need them both. How are you? Good. Can you believe the last two aircon girls are going to graduate?
All right.
Yeah, we'll change them.
All right. Did you have this one?
Royal blue to navy.
Do you want this one? Carlsbad? Okay. Is it just Jerry get this one? Oh, okay. You need this one. You need to take a picture of that one too. Cool.
Thank you.
Here you go. Thank you. All right. Yes, I'm sorry. Kaya. Mm-hmm. Yep, Kaya. Just like it's Kya, Kaya. Yes, ma'am. Cameron. There's a. Okay, Cameron Harrison, and then Candice Harrison, and then there's Camree Bennett, who's a pitcher. She's on the bench for the first game. Oh, okay. They're at the bottom. And Kinsey Bennett. Kinsey. Yeah. Yeah, they're at the bottom of the screen. Oh, Lord, these people.
No, we got it.
Hannah Martinez.
I'll tell you guys.
Johanna. Gone. Kalian. I'm sorry, what's that? Who's that?
So,
Medina. Yaraceli. Yaraceli Medina. But the last name, you got the last name right, Medina. Yaraceli. I only have them on my phone, and that's the only place I've got this in my phone.
you want everything else or just the phone?
No, the lineup.
The lineup. Ah, we were waiting to give the pink phone away.
Then who is the? Where is the official scorekeeper? Okay, now of course I've got that messed up. Okay, number 20, kind of interest 9. 2 is Hannah Sanders. Batting in 5th is number 2. Number 2.
is Hannah Sanders.
The big phone?
Yeah, where's the white cord on it?
You want the white cord also?
Just at the very end.
What about, how much of this do you want?
Hannah Sanders
There's
DP.
a little white cord.
Just the white one? Gotcha.
DP. Number 2. And then 17 is Maddie Laco.
Just to let you know how busy it's going to be this week.
Number 3 is
Break
Aslan.
hit the road for Thursday.
Aslan Witzel? Aislinn must be.
Called that caveman baseball.
Aislinn Witzel.
Turn around. Spend the night over there.
Yada.
Thursday.
Yada, Sally.
Yep.
Which one? Hannah Granillo. Granillo. Yes, ma'am. Alexis Martinez, Hannah Granillo, Camry Bennett, and Allison Garcia. Those are the bench players. I call them the bench.
Have it met, and Randy's not here, so I'll do the announcing. You don't have to go down and be.
Oh, no, I'll switch with you.
Okay. Like that. I was just joking, because I don't want to announce. Yeah, that would have been good. Well, they haven't met with the coaches, and Randy's not here.
Heaven Schoolcraft? Schoolcraft. Haven Schoolcraft. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. And then 18, Aubrey. Hernandez.
Well, as soon as they get done, you can go ahead and announce everything. Just probably start with one.
For Paris Weldon. Jen Bianca Villa.
Howdy. Good.
Hey, Coach, you give me some water, please?
And Shea McElroy.
Thanks.
Yeah, I was gonna start.
Manager.
Well,
Okay. Okay, so there's, she just has 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, 5 on the 5 bench players too. Okay. Okay, Coach Santo. And now let's see. Who's up? So 1 Aragon.
Good evening and welcome to Cape Girl Corral. As the Cape Girls host.
And welcome into Hobbs Lady Eagles softball, the first of a doubleheader here at Carlsbad. I'm Dawn Morgan, and you are watching and listening on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com, and possibly Hobbs Lee County Sports and News. So you are welcome into the broadcast as we are just about ready to start in just a few minutes. So we have done the national anthem and the introduction of players here, and we will simply acknowledge our sponsors and ask you to look at the bottom of the screen of the video, as some technical difficulties with playing those advertisements from those sponsors, at least for the first game, possibly for both. So, but thank you very much to our sponsors, and simply acknowledge those sponsors and their logos as you see them at the bottom of the video screen. So thank you very much, and welcome in as let's set the outfield for your hosting Carlsbad ladies. Your starting pitcher is going to be Faith Aragon, and it's going to be Aislinn Witzel behind the plate. Number 17 is Maddie Flacco, and she is on first base. On second is Natalie Nahar. On third base is Johanna Aragon, and at shortstop is Hannah Martinez. From left to right in the field, it's Kirsten Guevara. And in center, it is Haven Schoolcraft and Kalian Fuentes in right field. We're just ready to get this started. First pitch is across to the leadoff batter for Hobbs, Kaya Boyle. And it is going to be a strike. So number 13, Kaya Boyle, number 13, plays second base. And the first pitch was a call strike, and the second one also a strike. So quickly, 0-2 is the count now on Kaya Boyle, leadoff batter for Hobbs. On deck is Mariah Jimenez, and in the hole is Edith Chavez. A swing and a cut back, fouled it straight back, and the count remains 0-2 on Kaya Boyle. Number 5, Mariah Jimenez in right field, batting second for Hobbs, and batting third is number 1, Edith Chavez. So 0-2 the count, as Hobbs looking to get something started here against the always tough Carlsbad girls, and that is a foul ball, so count remains 0-2. Kaya hanging tough at the plate, of course, with 2 strikes on her. Got to be protecting the plate, and she got just a piece of that, enough to stay alive at the bat. Hobbs needs runners, and bring them in. Carlsbad is definitely a force to be reckoned with, and that is going to just miss the outside corner for call strike 1. So Boyle has the strongest batting average of any of the Hobbs girls, and healthy on-base percentage as well. A little hit back to the circle, and Aragon picks it up, fires it over to first for the first out. So a little ground out, 1-3 in the books is the first out. And number 5, Mariah Jimenez playing right field. So 1 out, nobody on, top of the first. Here, the first game of a doubleheader in Carlsbad. And shows bunt, leaves the bat down, but did not make contact with it. So Mariah Jimenez with an 0-1 count on her. 0-1 the count, 1 out, nobody on. Jimenez at the bat, Chavez on deck, Garcia in the hole. And that pitch is going to be high for ball 1. So 1-1 the count. Nice speed on that, though, from Aragon. Carlsbad, the number 2 ranked team in the state overall, number 2 in 5A. Centennial is the number 1 ranked team in 5A. And that is going to just miss the outside corner as well for 2-1 count. Witzel behind the plate, Flacco at first, Nahara at second, Aragon at third, Martinez at short. And this pitch comes in. Oh, a beautiful pitch. It's going to be a call strike as that hit the inside corner and brings the count 2-2. 1 out, nobody on here. Wind is blowing from left to right, pretty strong across the field, but this is an artificial surface completely. And a swing and a miss as a fastball up got Jimenez, but she went down swinging for strike number 2, first strikeout for Aragon. And that brings up number one. Number 1, Edith Chavez, plays center field for Hobbs and batting in that third slot. So 2 outs, nobody on. And Chavez at the plate, swing and a pop foul. Coming back right at the fence is Witzel to grab it for the 3rd out. So a pop to the catcher to position 2 in the book, 3rd out. 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. We're going to go to the bottom of the 1st inning, and we are scoreless. Carlsbad coming up to the plate, and we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball, the first of a doubleheader here in Carlsbad. In the top of the 1st inning, there were no runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left on base. 3 up, 3 down for Hobbs. They're going to look to try to get Carlsbad out efficiently, get back to the dugout. We are scoreless, and coming up first is the pitcher, number 7, Faith Aragon. First pitch is going to be on the outside corner, and catch that for strike 1. And that's going to be just a bit outside for ball 1, so that evens up the count 1-1. So here we are, bottom of the 1st. 1-1 the count. Aragon, your pitcher and leadoff batter, bats from the left. She hits at that one. It's going to go foul down the left base line. So 1-2 now the count on Faith Aragon. On the mound is Bennett, Kinsey Bennett. Rodriguez behind the plate. That's your battery. Garcia at first. And it is Boyle at second. Young at third. Harrison, that's Candace Harrison at short. This pitch is straight away hit out to center. Coming under it is going to be Chavez. Chavez throws that in, but it is going to be a single for Faith Aragon. So she's on first. And now Hannah Martinez, your shortstop, is up to the plate. She's number 8, wears jersey 8, and batting in the second slot for Carlsbad. No outs, 1 on. First pitch is going to be outside for ball 1, and it's going to get away from Rodriguez. And that is going to mean Aragon takes second base on the pass ball. That is a ball on Martinez. Want to know the count. Number 21, Johanna Aragon, is on deck. And number 22, Kalian Fuentes, is in the hole. Martinez squares around and drops it for a bunt, but it's foul for strike 1. So 1-1 the count. No outs, 1 runner on. That's Aragon on second in scoring position for Carlsbad. That pitch swung on and hit foul. It stays in the park, but it is a foul ball, so that will mean strike 2. 1-2 the count now on Martinez. And this pitch is hit high, fly ball heading out to center field, and Edith Chavez catches that overhead on the run, then throws the ball in, but Aragon tagged up and moves to third. So Martinez moved a runner, but she does fly out a long fly ball, and that wind did carry the ball a little bit out there. Edith Chavez followed that ball well and caught it and hung on to it, but that wind is gusting and is going to be, it will affect some of the balls, especially higher in the air. So 1 out, 1 runner still on at third base now. First pitch is into Aragon, and it's going to be outside for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count now. And Joanna Aragon. And that pitch is going to catch the no, it's not. Okay. I thought that was catching the inside corner, but apparently a little too inside. And that's going to be ball number 2. So 2-0 the count now. 2-0 the count. 1 out, 1 runner on. There's a ground ball, a hot one that gets by Garcia and goes out to right field. It will score 1 as Aragon comes in from third. And Johanna Aragon has a single, an RBI single, and is on first base. And that brings up number 20, Kalian Fuentes, your right fielder, to the plate. Still just 1 out. Carlsbad with 1 run on, 1-0. And Fuentes up to the plate, a right-handed batter. Aragon on first. And she squares around, shows bunt, pulls the bat back. Did she pull it back in time? Apparently so. And the runner stays put on first. So it's going to be 1 ball, no strikes. 1 out, 1 on, 1 runner across. And Fuentes, the cleanup hitter for Carlsbad, at the plate. And she swings and misses at a ball that broke outside. I think if she hadn't swung, it still would have been a call strike over the outside corner. So 1-1 against Fuentes now. Sanders is on deck. And there's a hit. It's going to go foul down the third base line, though, for strike number 2. So 1-2 is the count.
1-2.
Fuentes. Kalian Fuentes. Right, 20. And that's going to miss the outside corner just for ball number 2. So 2-2 the count. And number 2, Hannah Sanders, is on deck. Number 17, Maddie Flacco, is in the hole. And that's going to float just a little high for ball 3. Run the count full. First full count of the game. One out. 1 runner on. Carlsbad's put 1 run across. A swing and a smoking ground ball gets right through third base out into left field. And Harrison picks that up, throws that in. But it is going to be a single for Fuentes. That moves Aragon over to second and brings up Sanders, the designated player, to the plate, designated hitter. DP, not playing in the field, but will bat. Flacco on deck, and now Aislinn Witzel, the catcher, in the hole for Carlsbad. 1 out, 2 on. And the first pitch is going to hit the outside corner for a call, strike 1 on Sanders. So 0-1 the count.
0-1.
Here we are in the bottom of the first inning, first of a doubleheader here in Carlsbad on a breezy afternoon, otherwise a beautiful day, but a little bit breezy. And that is going to be a swing and a miss as Bennett dropped. She increased the speed, but dropped that pitch. And 0-2 the count now on Sanders. 1 out, 2 on. Hobbs needing to get out as efficiently as possible. And a swing and a high fly by. I think that's going to be out of the park. It is. It's out of the park. It is. So that is going to be a 3-run home run.
A 3-run home run for Sanders. That brings in Aragon from second and Fuentes all the way from first, of course. And that means it's now a 4-0 ball game. With Carlsbad in the lead, just 1 out. And now, of course, nobody on here in the bottom of the first inning. So 4-0 the count, and that brings Flacco, the first baseman, up to the plate. It's Aislinn Witzel, the catcher in the hole, and Natalie Nahar, the second baseman. Witzel's on deck, and Nahar is in the hole. So starting fresh. That pitch is going to miss the outside corner for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count now on Flacco. After that base-clearing home run by Sanders. And that is going to be low and outside for ball number 2. Bennett on the mound for Hobbs. Rodriguez behind the plate. And that is going to float outside as well. So 3 balls. Bennett needs to hit the zone right with this one. Carlsbad is so aggressive at the plate. They're such capable hitters. There's no guarantee that the take sign will be on with the 3-0 count. But it is this in this case, and she just misses with one that might otherwise have caught the corner. So 4 straight balls will walk Flacco and put a runner on first. So still just the 1 out. Hobbs struggling a bit here in the bottom of the first inning. Witzel, the catcher, up to the plate, right-handed batter. Flacco on first. Only 1 out. And that is going to float in on the right, down the outside corner for call, strike 1. So 0-1 count as Flacco just gave it, so Witzel just gave it a look, kind of just getting a gauge on it. A medium speed pitch on the outside corner for Bennett. And that is going to be low, across the plate, but low for ball 1. So counts even now at 1-1. Still 1 out, 1 on. 4 runs across the plate so far in this at-bat for Carlsbad. Hobbs would like to get 2 more outs and get back in the dugout, try to get their bat swinging. That is going to be low for ball 2. Actually, it would have been in the dirt, but this is an artificial surface completely. It's not just an infield artificial surface, but the entire field. Beautiful facilities here at Carlsbad for an always strong softball program. Swing and a miss as Witzel a little anxious. It would have probably been a call strike on the outside corner. Evens it up 2-2. Nahara waits on deck, and Cuevara, your left fielder, in the hole. If it gets that far, Hobbs would like for it not to get that far. There's going to be a ground ball hit between third and short. Get out there as Harrison fields that, throws it in, but it will be a single for Witzel. So Flacco moves to second, and Witzel, and we'll have a courtesy runner, as we do most times for the pitcher and catcher. So we have a courtesy runner, and that's going to be number 13, Jasmine Lopez. So Jasmine Lopez, courtesy running for Witzel, the catcher, on first. 1 out, 2 runners on, first and second, and that brings up number 9, Natalie Nahar, your second baseman. First pitch is going to be a ball, just a little bit low, over the center of the plate, but a little low to be called a strike. So 1-0. Still just the 1 out. Hobbs would like to change that with this batter if they can. That's going to be a swing and a foul. Oh, that's going to kind of skip its way over the top of the backstop and then over the top of the media booth over here. So that evens up the count 1-1. So 1-1 count on Nahar. The 1 out. Bottom of the first inning here. First of a doubleheader district
games against Carlsbad in the Cave City. And that comes in high and inside for ball number 2. So 2-1 the count. Guevara, your left fielder, awaits on deck, and then it will be the top of the order. And a little hit back to the circle as Bennett picks it up, fires it over to Garcia for out number 2. So score that in the book, 1-3 for the second out. And that is going to bring up the bottom of the order, number 5, Kristen Guevara, your left fielder, to the plate, left-handed batter. 2 outs, 2 on, runners at second and third now as they moved around on that ground out to the pitcher. That is going to be outside for ball 1. And Guevara, left-handed batter, does that drag bunt motion, leaving the box, looking for that extra couple of step advantage to get to first base. And that's a little slap foul that's going to stay in the park. The wind caught that a little bit. So a foul ball makes the count 1-1, brings it even. So now 2 outs. Runners at second and third. And the count 1-1 on the batter, Guevara. That's going to be able to slap back to the pitcher's circle as well. Kinsey picks that one up, throws it over to Garcia for the third out. And that is going to end the at-bat for Carlsbad, but not before they put 4 runs across on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. No errors committed, 2 left on base. So we go to the top of the second inning. Your score is 4-0. Carlsbad leading. Hobbs coming up to the plate, and we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on HobbsAmerica.com and Hobbs Sports YouTube. Remember, you're watching and listening to Hobbs Lady Eagle softball, and we would direct your attention to the bottom of the video screen where you see our sponsors listed. We appreciate those sponsors. Have some technical difficulties in bringing you their messages in this game, so we apologize for that. But say, if you would please look at those banners and logos, and thank you very much to those sponsors. I'll be making a list and mentioning them here in just a few moments. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball in Carlsbad. This is the first of a doubleheader, and number 16, that is, your cleanup hitter for Hobbs up to the plate, Carissa Garcia, playing first base. Getting ready for the first pitch and swing, and a little foul ball over toward the Hobbs dugout for strike 1. So 0-1 your count. She is number 16. Number 16, Carissa Garcia at the plate, your first baseman, number 16. Number 8, Marissa Young, your third baseman, awaits on deck. And number 7, Cameron Harrison, your left fielder, is in the hole. That pitch is going to hit the outside corner for a call, strike 2. Like to see that corner a little more consistently called for both the pitchers, as they've both been hitting that corner. And this pitch is going to be hit right back to the circle. Aragon is going to pick it up, throw it over to Flacco, and that is out number 1. Score at 1-3 in the books.
Third baseman, number 8, Marissa Young.
Garcia to Flacco for the first out.
Cameron Harrison on deck.
And up next is number 8, Marissa Young, your third baseman, left-handed batter, batting in that 5th position, but she's up second in this at-bat for Hobbs. First pitch, swung on and fouled off for strike 1. As Young taking a cut at that, but behind the pitch. Aragon, definitely one of the faster pitchers that Hobbs has faced and will face this year. Not only speed, but really works that ball inside and out, and works the speed as well. That's going to be inside. Would have been in the dirt, but no dirt. Just the artificial blue surface, by the way. Yes, it is a blue infield, darker blue batter's box and pitcher's circle, and big C out in the center field. And then a grass-like green everywhere else. So 1-1 is the count. That is going to miss high and away for ball number 2. So 2-1 the count. 1 out, nobody on. Here we are in the top of the second inning. Hobbs, in their first at-bat, went 3 up, 3 down. So it's the heart of the order right now, 4, 5, and 6. A swing and a miss as Aragon brought the changeup. She took a little speed off of that. And Young, swing and a miss to even up the count, 2-2. Young trying to get on base. Hobbs really needs base runners there. And a swing and a miss for strikeout number 2 for Aragon. Strikeout number 2, and 2 outs now. And that brings up number 7, Cameron Harrison, batting in the 6th position. So 2 out, 2 up, 2 down so far. Hobbs needs to change that trend if they expect to score some runs in this one. And that hits her. It comes inside, and Harrison is hit by pitch and will take her base. So Hobbs catches a break and gets a base runner. And that brings up number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, your catcher, to the plate. And Anaya bats in the 7th slot for Hobbs. Jimenez awaits on deck, and Harrison in the hole. That's Candace Harrison in the hole. Rodriguez, left-handed batter. And a healthy hitter for Hobbs. Hobbs struggling a little bit with Aragon's speed here. And that's going to miss outside for ball 1 as Witzel had to get up and lean out, grab that one to keep it from getting away. Otherwise, that would have been a base runner sitting on second for Hobbs. So 1-0 the count on this windy Tuesday afternoon here in Carlsbad. Swing and another foul back. That's out of play. That evens the count, 1-1 on Rodriguez. And that wind has already, we've seen that to play a little bit with some of the high fly balls up in the air. It's blowing left to right across the field as I look out. Blowing that American flag straight out most of the time. Pretty good sustained wind with gusts even stronger at times. But it's nice that we don't have a lot of dirt in the air since it is artificial surface. And that is going to miss a low and inside. No corner there, no corner call. So 2-1 on Rodriguez. 2 outs, 1 runner on. That is Cameron Harrison on first base. And that is going to miss low. It was over the plate, but low for ball number 3. So 3-1 the count now. 2 outs, 1 runner on. Hobbs desperately needing to move that runner around and in. They are trailing 4-0 to Carlsbad early on. This is top of the second. And, oh, that's a beautiful pitch right over the inside corner for call, strike 2. And Rodriguez might not see a better one. She would have had to adjust just a little bit, pull those elbows in, but if you're looking to launch one, you're going to have to pick up something right there, probably on the corner. And that is going to miss inside, ball 4, and Rodriguez takes her base, and that's just the first walk issued by Aragon. She's hit a batter and now walked one, but she has struck out 2. This brings up number 6, Angel Jimenez, your designated player, to the plate. We will have a courtesy runner, as we always do, for Rodriguez, the catcher. And that is going to be, no, I believe Granillo. Is that number 11 or number 17? It may be Medina. It's Medina. Medina is the courtesy runner at first. Medina at first. And the first pitch is going to be high for ball 1. So 1-0 the count. So and that's going to be outside, miss low for ball 1. A throw down to first base as the runners are caught. Oh, and Hobbs catches another break as a bad throw as they were threatening. Both runners left, and the catcher, Witzel, threw it down to first and couldn't decide where to throw it. Threw it over to third to try to get the lead runner in the hot box situation and missed with a bad throw. So runners on second and third now, and it is 2-0 count on Jimenez. 2 outs, 2 on. And that's right down the pike. But I guess it was either a little low or a little high. It's hard to see from this perspective, but it missed for ball 3. So 3-0 the count. 2 outs, 2 on in this top of the second inning. And that's going to be a call, strike 1. So 3-1 is the count. So 3-1 the count. 2 outs, 2 on. Hobbs needing to get those runners in. Oh, and that I guess that missed a little bit outside or maybe a little low. And I had that as already a 3-1 count. So now it was 2-2. So now it is 3-2. Full count now. Full count on Jimenez. Runners on second and third. And a swing and a hit, but it's foul. Goes over to the Hobbs dugout. So Jimenez hanging tough at the plate, having to protect that with the full count. Gonna have to swing and try to spoil off anything that's close, even if she can't hit that straight away. So she's hanging tough with 2 outs, 2 on. The pressure on her to try to bring in as many runs as she can in this at-bat for Hobbs. And that's going to be a swing, and again, fouls one back to the screen. Jimenez hanging tough, trying to find something that she can hit because Hobbs has runners in scoring position and does not want to strand those runners out there. Not against a team like Carlsbad. You need every run you can get. Harrison on third, hit by a pitch. Rodriguez, or the courtesy runner, Medina, on sit. And the hit is right straight back to the mound. Aragon picks it up and gets it over to Flacco. Score at 1-3 in the books for the third out. Hobbs threatens but comes up short. No runs on no hits. 1 error, a throwing error, and 2 left on base. So we're going to go to the bottom of the second inning. Carlsbad still winning 4-0, and Carlsbad coming up to the plate. We will be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. As we go to the bottom of the second inning, Hobbs threatened but came up short in their half of that second inning with no runs, no hits, 1 error, 2 left on base. And now Carlsbad up to the plate, top of the order, Faith Aragon, the pitcher, and she hits a ground smoker between short and third and is on with a single. She had a single her last time up to the plate and scored for Carlsbad. And Hannah Martinez, your shortstop, up to the plate. Now she had a fly out to center field her last time up. So no outs, 1 on. A bunt, but she doesn't deaden the ball. Instead, it spins off and back for a foul and strike 1. So 0-1 the count. No outs, 1 on. Bottom of the second inning. Carlsbad in the lead, 4-0. And that's going to be inside for ball 1. So that'll even things up on Martinez, your shortstop, 1-1. Jana Aragon is on deck, and Kayleen Fuentes is in the hole. And that's going to be low and outside. A throw down to second is not in time. Nice throw, though, as Rodriguez pegs second from her knees, but not in time to get Aragon. So Aragon steals second base, now in scoring position for Carlsbad. And the pitch was a ball, so 2-1 the count. 2-1 your count on Martinez with Jana. I think I was calling her Johanna or Joanna before. I'll stand corrected. Thank you to our announcer here in the booth for correcting that. So 2-2 this count now on Hannah Martinez. Swing and a miss as got Martinez swinging. And that's out number 1 and the first strikeout for Kinsey Bennett in the circle today for Hobbs. That brings up Jana Aragon, your third baseman. Aragon had an RBI. Kayleon Fuentes is on deck and Hannah Sanders in the hole. Aragon had an RBI single her first time up and crossed the plate for Carlsbad. First pitch is in, and it's going to be a ball. So 1-0 the count. 1 out. And that is going to miss outside for ball number 2. So 2-0 the count now on Jana Aragon, third baseman, batting she's batting third in the Carlsbad lineup. And she is the third batter here as they started fresh, top of the order. And that's going to be a grounder. It's going to get deflected by the glove of Young. And because of that, it went all the way out to left field. Harrison was going to back it up and could not come back in time to get a glove on it. So the deflection by Young's glove, but it's not going to be an error. It'll be an infield single. And it will score 1 as Aragon comes in and around. And Fuentes, the first pitch in her is going to be a ball. So 1-0 the count. And Jana Aragon gets an infield single and moved over to second on the throw. Fuentes up to the plate now, and that's going to miss outside and low for ball 2. So 2-0 the count now. 1 out, 1 on. That is Jana Aragon out on second base as Faith Aragon crossed the plate. And that is going to miss outside and low for ball number 3. So 3-0 now, and the pressure is on Bennett to hit the zone with this one. We saw a 3-0 takes on a batter earlier in the game in that first at-bat by Carlsbad. Don't know about this time, and that is going to hit the outside corner for ball 1. So Bennett Bennett throws the strike when she needs to. Count 3-1 and 1 out, 1 on, runner on second, 1 runner in so far for Carlsbad in this inning. Hobbs would like to get those other 2 outs. And that is going to miss outside. And that is going to be a walk. And that is the second walk issued by Bennett. And that's going to bring up Hannah Sanders, number 2. Hannah Sanders, your designated player. She's the one who hit the 3-run home run her last time up. And that is going to miss the outside corner for ball 1. And Bennett may pitch a little carefully to her, a pitch around the edges, nibble a bit on the strike zone, and try not to give her anything to launch again. As we know, she's got the power. And 2 runners on again this time, and that's going to hit the inside corner. So 1-1 is the count. Sanders with the 3-run home run, just pretty much straight away, straight over center, right in center field last time up. That's going to miss low and away for ball 2. Ball 2, 2-1. Runners on first and second. Fuentes with the walk on first. Aragon with that infield single on second. Flacco awaits on deck. Witzel in the hole for Carlsbad. Your Lady Caveman's leading 5-1 now, 5-0 now, and that's going to be a swing and a foul ball off toward the Carlsbad dugout. So that evens up the count, 2-2. Still 1 out, 2 on. And Sanders, your designated player, batting in the 5th slot for Carlsbad, the Cave Girls, rather. And that is a swing and a grounder to shortstop. The throw over to third to cut off the lead runner. So Sanders will reach on the fielder's choice. Fuentes will move to second, and Aragon called out at third with the 6-5 throw in the books. So that's out number 2. And that brings up Maddie Flacco, your first baseman, to the plate. She walked and got stranded her last time up. And that's going to be low for ball number 1. Over the plate, but low. So 2 outs now. 2 outs, 2 on, runners on first and second. Flacco walked and got stranded her last time up. This is her second plate appearance of the day. So she has a 2-0 count on her now, 2-0. Witzel awaits on deck, and Nahar in the hole for Carlsbad if they get that far. And that's going to hit the no, it's not going to hit the inside corner. And that's going to be ball 3. So it might have hit the corner, but maybe he thought that was a little high. 3-0 count. 2 outs, 2 on. Carlsbad leading 5-0 here in the bottom of the 2nd inning. And that is going to hit the outside corner. Yes, call strike 1.
Strike 1, count 3-1.
Witzel, the catcher, on deck. Nahar in the hole, but Hobbs would like to get the outs before that happens, at least in this at-bat for Carlsbad. Swing and a little dribbler over to third base. Picked up, Young fires to first. Is it in time? And the umpire says it is in time. So a nice play, as that kind of was a slower ball. Young had to come in on that and didn't have as much time to throw, but made a bullet of a throw over to Garcia for that 3rd out. So 5-3 in the books, 3rd out. So no runs on 1, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 left on base. But 1 run does come across. I think I said no runs, but it is 1 run across on 2 hits, no errors, 2 left on base. And we go to the top of the 3rd inning. Carlsbad leading 5-0, and it'll be the bottom of the order due up as the Lady Eagles will be up to the plate in just about a minute or less here in Carlsbad. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. Here we are in the top of the third inning. In the bottom of the second, Carlsbad put one run across on 2 hits. There were no errors committed by Hobbs, 2 left on base. And we go to the top of the third inning, bottom of the order with number 10, Candace Harrison, your shortstop, up to the plate. Her first plate appearance. She looks at that first ball, and it's going to be outside for ball 1. So 1-0 the count. No outs, nobody on. Top of the third. Hobbs trailing 5-0 here. They need base runners. They need timely hitting to move them in. They him at bat, and that's going to be a swing and a miss for for strike 1, and that evens up the count. 1-1 on Harrison. Candace Harrison at shortstop, and Cameron Harrison playing left field for Hobbs today. This pitch is going to be a fastball and hit the outside corner. Once again, I'm seeing that sometimes that pitch is called and sometimes not. Not a problem with calling the corners as long as it's consistent, so you know as a batter and as a pitcher what to expect. That is going to be third pitch in almost the same spot, and Harrison goes down looking for a strikeout and out number 1. That is the third strikeout for Aragon in the game so far, and brings up top of the order, top of the lineup with number 13, Kaya Boyle, up to the plate. A little meeting at the mound. I don't know what the ump came over and was talking about with Aragon. What? Oh, it's 2-2? So we had a... Oh, okay. So Harrison, there's not officially, so take the out off, no strikeout, and that's going to be a low and outside for ball 3. So there was a difference in the pitch count on what we had up here and what the ump had down on the field, and it's to the benefit of Hobbs as Harrison now has a full count still at bat. And that is hit out of the park, a high fly ball. Unfortunately, it goes off out of play to the right. Almost strong enough to threaten the windshields of some of those vehicles parked over there. It's a good thing it wasn't that strong, but a nice hit ball, but behind it. If she could, if she got that pitch again, she would need to swing a little earlier. And that's going to miss inside and high, and what we thought was a walk, a strikeout, turned out to be a walk. And Harrison takes first base. So Harrison on first, top of the lineup. Up now, 13, Kaya Boyle, your second baseman, up to the plate. And the first pitch is missing high and inside for ball number 1. So 1-0 the count. No outs. Here we are, top of the third inning. No outs, 1 runner on as Harrison sits on first base. And a swing and a pop. Oh, right into the glove of Witzel. Witzel threw off her mask but didn't have to move. Didn't have to step at all. Threw off her mask, but caught that, hung on to it. So a pop out to the catcher is going to be the first out. With Harrison on first and 1 out, Jimenez up to the plate. Jimenez, your right fielder for Hobbs. She struck out her last time up. This is her second plate appearance. She is 0 for 1. That pitch is a little high and inside for ball number 1. 1-0 the count. Jimenez on first. 1 out, 1 on. And Hobbs trailing 5-0, needs to bring that runner around and in. There is a throw down to first as Witzel trying to pick off Harrison and does not as Harrison scrambles back to the bag in time. Ball 2, 2-0, the count. As Jimenez at the plate trying to bring that runner around and in. That's going to be a strike. Hobbs faithful didn't like that. It was across the plate. It crossed them, but they thought it was low. I can tell from what they're saying, thinking that that ball was low. But ump saw it at the knees, and it's a strike. So 2-1 the count. And that is going to hit the outside corner. So he's calling that corner, and that brings it 2-2. Aragon doing a nice job on the mound for Carlsbad. Obviously a strong pitcher. But Hobbs needing to get their bats. Hobbs usually a pretty aggressive team at the plate and is having a little bit of trouble. A lot of foul balls. They're making contact with the pitches, but they are fouling it either ahead of it, off to the left, or behind it, off to the right. And some of this is Aragon mixing up her speeds and placing her pitches. So 2-2 the count. Hobbs just needs to hang in there. And that is going to miss high for ball number 3. Bring the count full. 3-2 the count. And Carlsbad faithful. Carlsbad faithful. And I think Aragon also thought that she might have hit the top of the zone with that pitch. So, you know, some disagreements all over the place and sometimes left and right. But it's the man behind the plate who has the final say, and he says it's a full count. And that is fouled off out of play to the right. Count remains full as Jimenez fighting it off, protecting the plate. Harrison out on second base in scoring position. 1 out, 1 on. Chavez is on deck. Garcia in the hole for Hobbs. They don't want to strand runners. They left 2 on base last time, and that's costly when you get them on against a team like Carlsbad. And any team, you need to bring them around and in. And that is going to miss low and outside for ball, and that is a walk. And that is going to put runners on first and second. That is just the second walk issued by Aragon in this. No, 1, 2, 3. That is the third walk. My apologies. Third walk issued, and there were 3 strikeouts, 3 walks by Aragon, and the first pitch on Chavez is in, and it's going to be a strike. So 0-1 the count now. So runners on first and second. Harrison on second. Jimenez on first. Chavez at the plate. She popped out to the catcher, her first and only other plate appearance, and that is fouled out out of play off to the right. That's strike 2. 0-2 the count. Chavez second plate appearance. She's 0 for 1 and would like to change that with a swing of the bat. Try to bring runners around or in. Hobbs trailing 5-0 here in the top of the 3rd inning. Garcia on deck, Young in the hole. And that's going to miss high and inside for ball 1. 1-2. Chavez with two strikes on her. Going to be in protect the plate mode here. She sets up all the way at the back of the box. About in the middle, though, with an open stance. And that is high and inside, and it's going to get away from Witzel as it popped out of her glove, and she did throw down to third. But Harrison beat out the throw, and Jimenez moves over to second on a pass ball. I would count that as a pass ball and not a wild pitch. And a swing and a ground ball, and the throw is going to go over to first, but a run scores, so it's a sack. So Chavez gets thrown out 6-3 at first for the second out, but she brings in Harrison from third in the process and moves. No, Jimenez stays put. Jimenez stays put. Oh, and that is not good as That hit her in the helmet and hit her, and she is down. So we have a player. We have Carissa Garcia, the batter, who stepped up, and the ball hit her, and I think it deflected off the bat. So with the injury, we will take a timeout as she is struggling on the ground, and we'll just take a timeout and be back hopefully soon, and hopefully she'll be back up on her feet shortly. But more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball on the way on HobbsAmerica.com. And back with Hobbs Lady Eagles softball, as good news that Carissa Garcia is up and walking to first. She was hit in the face. I think that would have been certainly it's a good thing for the batting helmets these days and the cage on the front. You know, when you have baseball helmets, a lot of times that there is no face protector. But it's a good thing. But that can still, at that, when that hits your mask, as catchers know, it's still, just because it protects your face doesn't mean it doesn't hit you with force and doesn't hurt. And it certainly does, and it did, I'm sure. But she's up and on first base, so the hit by pitch has her on first base. And that's the second hit by pitch for Aragon. That puts runners at first and second. That's Jimenez on second, Garcia on first, and number 8, Marissa Young, your third baseman, up to the plate. Young struck out her last time up, looking for redemption and looking to move runners around and in, and Young watches that pitch hit the outside corner for call, strike one. A lot of movement on that. Late movement across the plate, good speed by Aragon. So 2 outs, 2 on. Hobbs looking to get a 2-out rally going here. A swing and a miss. A lot of smoke on that as Aragon brought the fastball right up the middle. And Young cut at it just a little too late. So 0-2 the count, 2 outs, 2 on. Hobbs not wanting to strand those runners, needing base runners. It's 5-1, and that's going to be a little chopper back to the circle as Aragon picks it up, fires over to first, and just like that, 3 outs. So 1-3 in the books, and that's the 3rd out as Hobbs scores 1 run on no hits, no errors, 2 left on base. And we're going to go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Your score 5-1. Carlsbad coming up to the bat, and we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on HobbsAmerica.com. In the top of the 3rd inning, Hobbs scored 1 run on no hits. There were no errors committed, 2 left on base. And we go to the bottom of the third inning. Carlsbad leading 5-1 with the catcher Witzel up first. Nahar on deck. Guevara, your left fielder, in the hole. So bottom of the order, 7, 8, 9 due up for Carlsbad, and they lead 5-1. That pitch is going to miss the outside corner. That's going to be a ball one. 1-0. So nobody out, nobody on. First batter up for Carlsbad. Witzel hit a single and got stranded her last time up. And this one, a little Texas leaguer. Oh, no, it's the wind kind of catches that a bit, hangs it up. And Harrison has time to get over from shortstop and catch that behind second base. Wind definitely buffeting. That was a softly hit ball and just floated up there. Nice job by Harrison to get over and grab that. So a pop out to the shortstop for the first out. And brings up Nahar to the plate. First pitch is in, and it's going to be a ball. So 1-0 the count on Nahar, your second baseman. Guevara is on deck, and then top of the order, Aragon in the hole. Nahar grounded out to the pitcher her first time up, and that misses out. Nope, that hits the corner. Okay. And 1-1 the count now. We'll take it. We'll take that strike. That a swing and a miss and a ground ball to Young at third. She picks it up, fires to Garcia at first, and out number 2. So scored in the books 5-3, and out number 2. Number 5, Kirsten Guevara up to the plate. Bats in the 9th slot for Carlsbad, playing left field. She grounded out to the pitcher her last time up. She's 0 for 1. A left-handed slap hitter. 2 outs, nobody on. A little foul out of play off to the left for strike 1. So 0-1 the count. 2 outs now. 2 outs, nobody on. 0-1 count. Hobbs would like to get this, keep Carlsbad from getting a 2-out rally started. Try to get in the dugout and get some more runs. They trail 5-1. That's going to be outside for ball number 1. Evens the count, 1-1. 2 outs and nobody on here. Bottom of the third. Carlsbad leading 5-1. And that's a little grounder to shortstop. Harrison picks it up, fires to Garcia in time for out number 3. Pretty efficient pitching. There was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 pitches thrown by Bennett in that at bat for Carlsbad. 8 pitches thrown, 3 outs. Score the last one, 6-3 in the books. And we go to the top of the 4th inning, and Hobbs coming up to bat. They trail 5-1. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. In the bottom of the 3rd inning, Carlsbad scored no runs on no hits. There were no errors, nobody left on base. So we go to the top of the 4th inning. And it'll be the bottom of the order for Hobbs, number 6, 7, and 8. Your 6, 7, and 8 hitters for Hobbs: Harrison, Rodriguez, Jimenez, Cameron Harrison. Up first for Hobbs, trailing 5-1. Here in the top of the 4th inning, Hobbs left 2 batters on base, 2 runners on base the last time up, 2 runners the second at bat, and they would like to get runners on but move them around and get some of those runs back if they want to pull even with or maybe beat Carlsbad. And the first pitch is going to be a call, strike one on the outside corner. Sometimes it's called and sometimes not. You just never know. 0-1 count. Makes it a little difficult to anticipate if that's going to be a called strike or not. So 1-1 the count. No problem with the corners as long as it's consistent. So as a batter and as a pitcher, you know what to expect, where that zone is going to be. And that is swung on and fouled off to the right for strike number 2.
Counts 1-2.
Harrison was hit by a pitch and got stranded her last time up. That was her only plate appearance. So she's 0 for 0 because a hit by pitch acts just like a walk in the books. And that's going to be low and outside for ball number 2. So 2-2 the count now. Nobody out, nobody on. Harrison, the first batter of this at-bat for Hobbs. A swing and a miss, a grounder to second base as Nahara picks it up and tosses it over to Flacco. And that is scored in the books, 4-2-3. Nahara to Flacco for out number 1.
Designated player Adrian Jimenez on deck.
And this is going to be 1 out, nobody on. The catcher, Anaya Rodriguez, to the plate. She walked and got stranded her last time up. That is going to hit the inside corner for strike 1. So 0-1 the count on Rodriguez, your catcher for Hobbs, left-handed batter. She walked and got stranded her first time up, so again, she's 0 for 0. And a swing and a foul back to the screen for strike 2. Rodriguez, a capable hitter for Hobbs, just needs to catch up to that speed. 0-2 the count, 1 out, nobody on. Top of the 4th, Hobbs trailing 5-1 here in Carlsbad, the first of a doubleheader, a district counter this afternoon. And that's going to fall in for a hit into shallow left, and that is going to put Rodriguez on with a single. And that happens to be the very first hit of Hobbs for this game. They've had base runners by walks and hit by pitches, but that's the first hit of the game and the first base runner on because of a hit. And this is number 6, Angel Jimenez, your designated player, hitting in the 8th slot for Hobbs. And looks at that first pitch. It's going to be high for ball number 1. 1-0 the count. And we do have a courtesy runner for Rodriguez, as we always do. She's a catcher. And that's number 11, Yaraceli Medina, on first for Rodriguez, who reached on a single, Hobbs' first hit of the game. And that is going to be a call strike at the knees over the outside corner for the first strike. 1-1. Good pitch by Aragon. Jimenez looked at it. She flinched, but she didn't offer. So 1 out, 1 on, runner on first. Hobbs needing to move base runners around and in. And that is going to miss outside, a little too outside. So 2-1 the count. 1 out, 1 on. It's Jimenez at the plate, Harrison on deck, and then the top of the order, Boyle in the hole. Hobbs wants to get that far for sure. And that is going to miss high and outside for ball 3. That runs the count. 3-1 now on Jimenez. She grounded out to the pitcher her last time up, her only other plate appearance. This is her second plate appearance. She's 0 for 1. Ooh, and flinches on that. Takes her base though, because it was high for ball 4. And that puts runners at first and second now for Hobbs, and brings up the top. That brings up Candace Harrison. Candace Harrison up to the plate. She walked her last time up and scored for Hobbs. Hobbs' only run. She crossed the plate, and that is a swing, and I think she got a little piece of it for strike one. Won the count on her. Still just 1 out, 2 runners on, first and second. Harrison, bottom of the order for Hobbs. Boyle on deck, Jimenez in the hole. And a swing and a miss. So 0-2 the count now. As Aragon, she's capable of bringing a lot of heat, but she's a smart pitcher. She doesn't always throw the fastball when she doesn't need to. She varies her speeds. And the place on over home plate. And swing and a miss, as she did bring more heat on that one. And that's going to be a strikeout, out number 2, and that's the 4th strikeout by Aragon of the game. Top of the order, though, Kaya Boyle. She's 0 for 2 and due. Grounded out to the pitcher, popped out to the catcher, her first 2 plate appearances, and that comes in over the plate but high for ball 1. 1-0 the count on Boyle. 2 outs, 2 on. Runners on first and second for Hobbs. They're threatening, and they need to bring those runners in. They trail 5-1, and they can go a long way toward catching up with some timely hitting here, and that is going to be a call. Strike on the outside corner. 1-1. Your count even on Boyle. That was a beautiful pitch. She may not see another one that hittable and that good. But she is capable of picking them up and solid hitting. Swing and a miss on that one. Fouls it off to the screen. Out of play, actually. 1-2 is the count. Kaya Boyle would love to get hold of one and rip it, and Hobbs would certainly benefit from that. And she's a batter who's capable of doing that with runners at first and second. That comes in high and inside for ball 2. So evens up the count. 2 outs, 2 on, 2-2 the count. Hobbs trailing in this in the top of the 4th inning here. 5-1 your score. Carlsbad leading. But Hobbs could eat into that lead with some timely hitting here. And time is called. Kaya steps out, steps back in. And the pitch is going to be a call. Strike. Oh, yes. And that is strikeout number 5 for Aragon. And 3rd out. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 up, 3 down, and 2 strikeouts in this at-bat for Hobbs. There were no runs on 1 hit, no errors, and 2 left on base. And we are going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Carlsbad leading 5-1, that is. They lead by 4 runs, and they'll come up to the bat with the top of the order. And we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagle softball here on HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. In the top of the 4th, Hobbs had no runs on 1 hit, no errors, 2 left on base. And bottom of the 4th for the Cave Girls, it's the top of the lineup for them as pitcher Faith Aragon up to the plate. And the first pitch on her is strike 1. Bottom of the fourth, no outs, nobody on. Swing, and she caught it. She really picked that one up. That ball was outside, but she picked it up with the outside of the end of her bat and sent that smoking for a line drive single out into center field. So a line drive single into center field has Aragon on first, and number 8, Hannah Martinez, your shortstop for Carlsbad, up to the plate. She struck out her last time up, flew out her first time up. She's 0 for 2. No outs and 1 on, and the first pitch is in. It's a ball for a 1-0 count. Martinez at the plate, Aragon, that's Jana Aragon on deck, and Fuentes in the hole. After that, and that pitch is going to be low. The throw down to second, not going to be in time as Aragon slides in safely. Stolen base for Aragon has her in scoring position for Carlsbad as the count now 2-0 on Martinez. No outs, 1 on, runner in scoring position for Carlsbad. They lead 5-1, and that is going to be low for ball number 3. So Bennett got to find the zone right here. No outs, 1 runner on. Need to keep this from being a breakout scoring inning for Carlsbad, and that's low. 4th straight ball will put Martinez on first.
Martinez, that's going to bring out third baseman, Jana Aragon.
So a walk,
Fuentes on deck.
and that puts runners on first and second now for Carlsbad. Jana Aragon up to the plate. She had an infield single, got stranded her last time up, and hits this one foul down the third base line for strike 1. So no outs, 2 on.
Runners at second and first.
That is Martinez at first and Aragon at second. That is going to miss outside for ball 1. So 1-1 the count as Aragon hit the infield single, got stranded. And actually, she got thrown out at third. She got on a force out. She got thrown out at third. She had an RBI single her first time up. So she is 1 for 2. So 2 for 2. And now 1 and 2 is the count. So 2 for 2 so far in this game for Aragon. Fuentes on deck. That is outside.
Count 2 and 2 on
And
Aragon.
it was outside. So ball 2, 2-2 the count. 2 on, no outs. And that is going to miss low and away as well.
Third baseman, Jana Aragon.
So full count now on Aragon with Martinez on first and Faith Aragon on second. As I don't believe. And a swing and a ground ball to shortstop. Harrison picks it up, throws it to third to get the force out. So
Fielder's choice on Aragon.
Aragon reaches on the fielder's choice. She'll take first base. Martinez moved to second, and Faith Aragon was thrown out at third on a 6-5 throw. That brings up Fuentes. She walked her last time up.
Haley on Fuentes.
She walked her last time up and hit a single and scored her first time up. She's 1 for 1, and now has a 1 ball and no strike count. So 1 out. And a swing and a sharply hit ball is fair going down the third base line. Harrison picks it up out in left field and throws it in, but it will score 1 as Martinez comes in from second. And that is an RBI single for Fuentes, who sits on first. Aragon, who reached on the fielder's choice, is on second base. So that makes the score 6-1 now. Carlsbad leading 6-1, 1 out, 2 on. And Sanders, your designated player at the plate, first pitch is in, and it's a ball. 1-0 the count. 1 out, 2 on after the force out at third. And then the RBI single bringing Martinez across the plate. Aragon, Jonna Aragon on second, Fuentes on first, and Sanders at the plate. That is going to miss low and outside for ball 2. So 2-0 the count now. And Sanders reached on a fielder's choice and got stranded her last time up. She hit a 3-run homer her first time up, responsible for 3 of those 6 runs that Carlsbad has on the board. 6-1 now. And a swing off the end of the bat is going to find its way into right field, and that will score 1. So an RBI single for Sanders puts her on first base, and that brings in Jonna Aragon from second. So the RBI single by Sanders has her on first, and Fuentes moved all the way to third on the throw in. So runners at the corners for Carlsbad. And another run across the plate makes it 7-1. So 7-1. 1 out. Runners at the corners. And Flacco, the first baseman, up to the plate for Carlsbad. And a hit right up the middle. Oh, and maybe a double play. Yes, gets it, makes it. So nice work by Harrison. Harrison came over and fielded that on the run, touched the bag herself, made the good throw over to Garcia for a double play for Hobbs. So 6 unassisted, and then 6-3 for the third out. And that's it. So 2 runs across for Carlsbad. 2 runs on 1, 2, 3 hits. There were no errors. And only 1 left on base. So we go to the top of the 5th inning. Hobbs coming up to the plate. And your score 7-1. Hobbs with some work to do at the bat if they want to try to catch up in time to try to tie or win this game against Carlsbad. So we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan. Thank you very much to our sponsors. Some technical problems preventing us from playing those sponsor ads, but you see them all, their banners, logos, all listed at the bottom of your video screen. And we appreciate each and every one of those sponsors, so thank you very much. We go to the top of the 5th inning. And it is number 2, 3, and 4 hitters up for Hobbs. Jimenez, Chavez, Garcia. And the first pitch is in. It's going to be low and outside for ball 1 on Jimenez. Jimenez walked and got stranded her last time up. Struck out her first time up, so she's 1 for 1. And 1-0 is the count on her. No outs, nobody on. Hobbs looking to get something started here. Need base runners, timely hitting to bring him in. And that is going to be a call, strike on the outside corner. So your count even now on Jimenez. Center fielder Chavez awaits on deck, and first base Garcia is in the hole for Hobbs. 2, 3, and 4. Your first 3 batters up. That's going to miss low and away for ball 2. So 2-1. Yeah, that's number 5, Jimenez. Mariah Jimenez. Chavez is on deck, and Garcia's in the hole, but Jimenez is up at the plate. Jimenez. And a swing and a long foul ball out of play to the right.
Ball, strike number 2. Count 2-2.
Just becomes a long strike 2, 2-2 the count. Your count even, nobody out, nobody on. And a swing and a miss as Aragon took a little speed off of that, threw up a changeup, a floater, and Jimenez goes down swinging.
Out number 1.
And that's another strikeout. That is
Chavez with first baseman Carissa Garcia on deck.
that is the 5th strikeout for Aragon. She has walked 4. So 1 out,
Hobbs is 1 out.
nobody on, and Chavez to the plate. First pitch is going to miss inside for ball 1. 1-0.
Count 1-0 on Chavez.
Chavez grounded out her last time up, and that is going to miss, I guess, ball 2. Ball 2, 2-0.
Count 2-0.
Garcia awaits on deck, and Young is in the hole for Hobbs. Chavez grounded out her last time up, popped out her first time up. She's 0 for 2 and due, and that one fouled out of play off to the right for strike 1.
Ball, count 2-1.
1 out, nobody on. Top of the 5th inning, Hobbs trailing 7-1 here in Carlsbad. The first game of a doubleheader district counter. Carlsbad is perfect in district, has not lost. Hobbs trying to be a giant killer here as Carlsbad, the number 2 ranked team in the state in 5A, just behind Centennial.
1 out.
And that is going to be a ball 3. 3-1 is the count on Chavez. Swing and a ground ball headed to shortstop. It's knocked down. The throw comes just in time, and credit where credit's due. That was a good stop by Martinez. She had to get that just barely, and then make that good throw, and just barely got Chavez by about half a step at first base. So a throw out, 6-3 in the books for out number 2. As Hobbs trying to get a 2-out rally going now. Carissa Garcia, your first baseman, up to the plate. And the first pitch is in, and it's a ball. 1-0 the count. Garcia was hit by a pitch and got stranded on first base her last time up. After a couple of minutes with an injury timeout, she's back. And that is going to hit the outside of the plate for strike 1. 1-1 the count. 2 outs, nobody on. Garcia hit by the pitch the last time. She grounded out to the pitcher her first time up. So she's 1 for 1. 1-1 the count. And flinches, almost swings at that, but lets it go. And a good thing because it is low and outside for ball number 2. 2-1 the count. 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the 5th inning, Hobbs trailing 6 runs. 7-1 your score. And that is going to be just right down the pike and right over the plate, and Garcia knows it. Oh, she as soon as it was across the plate, she said, oh, I know, she said to herself, oh, that was a good one. She let it go. And that evens the count, 2-2 now. That is going to be picked up. A solid ground ball finds its way just by the shortstop. And Carissa Garcia with a solid single is on first base, maybe to try to get something started for Hobbs, as Garcia on first, a solidly hit ball. That's just the 2nd hit for Hobbs in this game. And we're going to have a courtesy runner for Garcia on first. Camry Bennett is going to run in place of Garcia. So Camry Bennett on first base. Young at the plate, Harrison in the hole, and there's a solidly hit ball out. It's going to roll all the way to the fence, and it is going to move. It'll move a runner over to third as that ball, a line drive shot, gets by the shortstop, and gets out into the area between left and center. So a single for Young, another solidly hit ball, moves the courtesy runner Bennett all the way around to third, Young on first, and brings up Cameron Harrison, your left fielder, to the plate. Still 2 outs. 2 outs, 2 on, runners on second and third in scoring position for Hobbs, and they need runs in. They trail 7-1. A swing and a foul back to the fence, 0-1. So 2 back-to-back singles, solidly hit balls, giving Hobbs some hope here. But they have to have timely hitting to get those runners in. And Cameron Harrison is capable of that at the bat. An 0-1 count on her now. Pressure's on with 2 outs to perform at the plate. And that is fouled off, hits the pole, and ricochets back in as Flacco catches that on the ricochet. Doesn't count, though. It does become the second strike, though. 0-2 now on Harrison. Harrison grounded out to second base her last time up. She was hit by a pitch and got stranded on third base her first time up. So she's 0-1. 2 outs, 2 on. Top of the 5th inning. Hobbs trailing 7-1 here to Carlsbad. Ottagon on the mound. Whitzel behind the plate. Your battery for the Cave Girls. And there's a sharply hit ball, but it goes foul down the first base line. So count remains 0-2 on Harrison. Got to protect the plate. That ball probably would have been called a strike on the outside corner had she let it go. Tried to do something with it, swung on it just a little bit late. So count still 0-2, 2 on, runners at second and third, and that is going to miss outside for ball 1. And that's been a ball sometimes, and it's been a strike sometimes. And Harrison gambled, let it go, and sigh of relief. It's a ball, so 1-2 the count. And that swung on and fouled off again out of play on the right side. A healthy cut at it. Harrison hanging tough at the plate. Got to protect the plate. The 1-2 count. And the pressure's on to bring those runners in. Hobbs has 1 run on the board, and they trail by 6. They would like to close that gap a little here, if they can. A swing and a tip, a foul tip back to the screen, and yet another foul ball. Count remains on Harrison, hanging tough. Needs to find one that she can hit, preferably one that brings a runner or 2 in. Cameron's also capable of launching a homer. She gets the right pitch and gets around on it. And that is fouled off yet again. I think that's about the 4th foul that we've seen out of play during her at-bat. And that one got a little closer to hitting windshield. I don't think it did, but it got a little close to the cars out there on the right side. I'm parked at the other direction, so I'm relieved. Not many balls hit over there to the left that far out of play in this game so far. Oh, and that's high. And a throw down to third base as Whitzel tries to pick off Bennett over there, the courtesy runner for Garcia, but not in time. And the count 2-2 now. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Here in the top of the 5th inning. Rodriguez on deck, Jimenez in the hole, and that gets away, but healthy respect for Witzel and the fact that the backstop is not that far away from the home plate. And so it's a good thing that the runner stayed put. Bennett stayed on third on that wild pitch. But it does run the count full. Runners on second and third now. Young moved over. And runners on second and third. And a swing and a high foul outside. Again, out of play. I wish I had kept exactly how many balls have been thrown to Harrison in this at-bat. It's a full count, and I know she's fouled off at least, I think, maybe 4. So I think that this may be the 10th pitch that she's faced in this at-bat. A swing and a foul off to the right again, as Aragon is also hanging tough on the rubber, because as a pitcher, when you have a batter go this long, in baseball, I don't know about the statistics in softball. In baseball, a long at bat favors the batter statistically, but I don't know about this in softball. I'm not sure. I haven't seen that statistics studied, and I haven't seen that. Oh, and that is going to be a ball inside. Call ball. And after a long at bat, Harrison finally works the walk and loads the bases. Loaded bases. Now with 2 outs. Anaya Rodriguez, the catcher, up to the plate. She hit a single and got stranded her last time up, walked and got stranded her first time up, and she hits a ground ball to the shortstop, and Martinez picks it up, throws, and gets the force out at second for the 3rd out. After all that, Hobbs threatens but comes up empty with no runs on 2 hits, no errors, and 3 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Carlsbad leading 7-1. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan, and Hobbs threatens, comes up empty though as they load the bases, but can't get any of those runs in. No runs on 2 hits, no errors, 3 left on base, because technically the last batter, Anaya Rodriguez, would have reached on a fielder's choice, but the force out at second meant that was the 3rd out, and no luck for Hobbs as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Carlsbad coming up to the plate at 7, 8, 9, bottom of the order, with Witzel the catcher, Nahar second baseman, and Guevara your left fielder up for Carlsbad. Witzel the catcher popped out to the shortstop her last time up, hit a single and got stranded her first time up. She's 1 for 2. First pitch is a call, strike 1. 0-1 on Witzel. No outs, nobody on, leadoff batter. Carlsbad leading this game 7-1 here in the bottom of the 5th inning. Hobbs needs to get outs efficiently. They're running out of at-bats to be able to catch up to Carlsbad. And they would like to get into the dugout and get their bats swinging again. As the second pitch comes in, and it is a ball. 1-1 the count. One and one. No outs, nobody on. Witzel, leadoff batter. The catcher for Carlsbad. That's going to miss outside for ball 2. So 2-1 the count now. Bennett on the mound, your starting pitcher for Hobbs. She has struck out 1 and walked 3 so far in this game. And outside for ball 3. Witzel really wanted to go for that. She leaned but did not offer. 3-1 the count. As Bennett needing to find the zone here again. She's been doing a decent job on the mound. That is going to miss low and inside for ball 4. Hobbs faithful not liking that. And there will be a courtesy runner for Witzel, the catcher, and that's going to be number 13, Lopez, or Jasmine Lopez, out on first. Lopez, the courtesy runner for Witzel, and brings up Nahar, your second baseman, up to the plate. She grounded out to third base her last time up, grounded out to the pitcher her first time up. She's 0 for 2. And the first pitch is in, not on the corner. So 1-0 the count, low and outside for ball 1. So no outs, 1 runner on. Bottom of the 5th inning. Swing and a miss as Nahar in front of that one. Nahar a little anxious, a little out in front of that. So 1-1 the count. No outs, 1 runner on this breezy Tuesday afternoon here in Carlsbad. And that is high for ball number 2. Nahar lets that go.
Ball 2, count 2-1. Big girls have no outs with 1 runner on.
The wind still blowing fairly strong and gusty from left to right. And a ground ball going to be picked up and by Boyle, who touches second base and gets the lead runner and then throws to first. The ball a little high, though. It pulls Bennett off. Bennett now playing first base for Hobbs. So the lead run is done. 1 out. Nahar on first after reaching on the fielder's choice, and Guevara at the plate. Guevara, your 9th slot hitter for Carlsbad. She's a left-handed slap hitter. And she shows bunt. I think she left her bat across the plate. But the count 1-1. So Guevara with a 1-1 count, 1 out, 1 on. Shows bunt again, and this time she does not deaden the ball, and instead it spins back to the screen and becomes a strike. 1-2 the count. 1-2 on Guevara. After her, we go to the top of the order. Faith Aragon is on deck. Martinez in the hole for Carlsbad. A high pop fly coming under it is Boyle at second base, and she hangs on to it. So a high pop to the second base, position 4 for out number 2, and Nahar stays put on first base. So 2 outs, 1 on, and that brings up the top of the order, Aragon to the plate. Left-handed. She is your pitcher, starting pitcher and only pitcher in this game so far for Carlsbad. Left-handed batter. Swings and a high fly ball. I think that could, nope, it's going to left field, and coming under it is Harrison. She gave it a ride. I think the wind kind of hung that up in the air a little bit off the bat. It looked like it had enough bat speed to maybe get to the fence, but Harrison comes under it, makes a nice play for out number 3, a fly out to position 7. And 4 up, 3 down, fairly efficient for Hobbs, as there were no runs on no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. We go to the top of the 6th inning. Hobbs coming up to the plate, still trailing by 6. Your score 7-1 here in Carlsbad this afternoon. We'll be back with more Lady Eagle softball on HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. In the bottom of the 5th inning, Carlsbad had no runs on no hits. Hobbs committed no errors. They left 1 on base, and we go to the top of the 6th inning. It's 8, 9, and then 1, the top of the order. Up for Hobbs, your leadoff batter, Angel Jimenez, looks at the first ball. It crosses on the inside corner for call strike 1. So 0-1 the count on Jimenez, your designated player. Jimenez walked and got stranded her last time up. She grounded out to the pitcher her first time up, so she's 1 for 1. And that pitch is going to hit the outside corner for strike 2. So Jimenez down in the count, 0-2, but the leadoff batter, Hobbs, needs runners and scorers. They trail by 6, 7-1 is your score here in the top of the 6th inning. Hobbs swing and a miss, strikeout. That is strikeout. That is strikeout number 6 for Aragon. And the first out for Hobbs. Top of the order. No, bottom of the order. My bad. Bottom of the order, Candace Harrison, your shortstop up, batting in the 9th slot for Hobbs. She struck out her last time up. She walked and scored her first time up. And hits this one, a little swinging bunt. And is she beat it out? No, she gets thrown out by maybe half a step. So Harrison gave it a try, but gets thrown out in a good throw. 5-3 for out number 2.
Going to the top of the lineup here, the top of the 6 with second baseman Kaya Boyle.
Number 13, Kaya Boyle, is your leadoff batter for Hobbs, batting 3rd in this at-bat. And looks at the first pitch. She flinched, almost swung, and it is a call, strike 1 on the outside corner. She got caught looking at a pitch very much like that her last time up at the plate. So she is due. Kaya, a swing and a miss as Aragon took a little something off of that. So a little off-speed pitch, not a true changeup really, but an off-speed pitch. 0-2 the count. Kaya is normally a very, very dependable hitter. That's why she's the leadoff batter for Hobbs. She can work a walk. She can hit, get on. She's capable of home run balls. And that, a true changeup by Aragon, had her flummoxed as well. So a strikeout, and that's it. So 3 up, 3 down. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base as we go to the bottom of the 6th. And Carlsbad still winning this one 7-1. Hobbs is going to have to try to get them out and get to the dugout and try to get some runs on the board before it is completely too late. So we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball here from Carlsbad on HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball here in Carlsbad. And to repeat, in that top of the 5th, or the top of the 6th inning, Hobbs went 3 up, 3 down, 2 of them strikeouts, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And that was the 7th strikeout by Aragon on the mound. She has walked 5, though, and hit a batter. Hit 2 batters. Now we go to the bottom of the 6th, and Carlsbad up to the plate. Number 2, 3, and 4 in the lineup. Hannah Martinez, your shortstop, up to the plate. She walked and scored a run her last time up, struck out and flied out. And a hard hit ground ball to shortstop. Harrison picks it up, throws, and whoa, does not get her as the umpire says that Speedy Martinez beat out the throw, and Hobbs faithful not liking that. So it becomes an infield single as Martinez beat out the throw.
Bring up third baseman, John Aragon.
So no outs, one on, and number 21, Jana Aragon, your third baseman, up to the plate. No outs, one on. Aragon looks at the first pitch, a call, strike one, 0-1 the count. Fuentes on deck and Sanders in the hole for Carlsbad as they lead by 6 runs, 7-1 your score here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Aragon reached on a fielder's choice. Oh, and she fouls that one off out of play to the left for strike number 2. 0-2 the count on Aragon. Reached on the fielder's choice and scored a run her last time up. Had an infield single, got thrown out her second time to the plate. Had an RBI single her first time up. So she is 1 for 3, fourth plate appearance, 0-2 count. No outs, one runner on. That's going to be outside for ball. So 1-2 the count. As Martinez on first after a grounder to the shortstop, but beating out the throw by a whisker. That is going to miss low for ball 2. That was over the outside of the plate, but a little low to be a strike. 2-2 the count. No outs. One on. A swing and a foul out of play. A high foul out in the parking lot on the right side. So count remains 2-2. Aragon had to reach out and swatted that, but in plate protection mode with 2 strikes on her, might have been afraid that would be called a strike. So she struck at that and fouled it off, spoiled it off. That one a ball, runs the count full, 3-2 on Aragon. So no outs, one on. Bennett in the circle for Hobbs. Rodriguez behind the plate. And that pitch is outside for ball 4. That moves Martinez.
Right fielder, Pelion Fuentes, with the designated player Hannah Sanders on deck.
Martinez moves over to second, Aragon on first.
Runners on second and first.
Fuentes at the plate for Carlsbad. An RBI single her last time up. The pitch is outside for ball 1. 1-0 the count.
Count 1-0.
Fuentes walked and got stranded and hit a single and scored for Carlsbad, her other 2 plate appearances. This is her 4th plate appearance with a 1-0 count. No outs, 2 on. Pitch, and that is a little blooper hit over to the second base. Boyle fields it, tosses it to first for the first out.
Second baseman for out number 1.
So from 4 to 3 for out number 1. That does move the runners, though, as Martinez moves to third, Aragon moves to second, and that brings up Sanders, the designated player, to the plate.
Designated player, Hannah Sanders, with first baseman, Molly Flacco on deck.
Flacco's on deck, Whistle's in the hole for Carlsbad. Sanders hit an RBI single and got stranded her last time up, reached on a fielder's choice, and hit a 3-run home run her first time up at the plate. So she's 2 for 3.
Count 1-0.
1 out, 2 runners on in scoring position for Carlsbad on second and third. Sanders at the plate, and that is going to be going to hit the outside corner and get called a strike on the outside corner. 1-1 is the count. 1-1 on Sanders. A swing and a ground ball to shortstop. Harrison picks it up, fires to first, gets the out, but it's going to be a sack for Sanders.
We have a runner that scores.
as that is scored in the book 6-3 for the second out, but that brings Martinez across the plate and makes it 8-1 Carlsbad, with Aragon moving to third and Flacco reaching on the fielder's choice. So runners at the corners now for Carlsbad, and that pitch is going to come in just a little outside for ball one. So Flacco that is going to be a little bit low on the outside corner.
Count 2-0.
So Flacco at the bat with a 2-0 count. And that is also going to be a ball, so 3-0 count as Flacco at the plate. I think I said she reached on the fielder's choice. I was looking back at my book on a different square there. Obviously 2 outs, runner at third. And that is that looked like it caught the inside corner, maybe at the letters, but it's a call ball. And that is going to put Flacco on with a walk.
Okay, girls have 2 outs with runners on the corners.
So there is a walk, puts a runner at first. So runners at the corners, first and third now. And brings up Witzel, the catcher, up to the plate. And that is the 6th walk issued by Bennett. She has a strikeout as well in this game. No hit batters. And Coach Crossland with a meeting in the circle. I think he's asking Bennett about, pitching. It looks like we might have a pitching change. He's walking over to he's walking back. So maybe no pitching change. He's just out there settling things down, asking Bennett how she's feeling. He walks back to the dugout, so indicating no changes. So Witzel, the catcher, up to the plate. 2 outs, bottom of the 6th inning. 2 outs, 2 on, runners at first and third. And the pitch is going to be a little bit low across the outside corner, but I guess a little bit low for ball 1 on Witzel. 1-0, 2 outs, 2 on, bottom of the 6th inning. Carlsbad's put 1 run across so far in this at bat, and that's going to be inside for a ball. 2-0 on Witzel now. Witzel walked and got thrown out, popped out, and had a single and got stranded. And that pitch is going to hit the outside corner for strike 1. So 2-1 the count. Nahara waits on deck. Guevara in the hole. If they get that far, Hobbs would like to shut things down and get that 3rd out. And a hit right back to the pitcher as Bennett catches that, throws it over to first. And Witzel out 1-3 in the books for the 3rd out. Ends the at-bat for Carlsbad. Not before they put on 1 run, though. And they put on 1 run on 1 hit. No errors. And 2 left on base. So your score 8-1 as we go to the top of the 7th inning. Hobbs has got to come up with 7 runs to tie it, 8 runs to win it. Otherwise, it's a walk-off win for Carlsbad in the first of a doubleheader this afternoon. And we're just going to keep it right here this time and acknowledge all of our sponsors for Hobbs Softball. You can see those sponsors, banners, And the logos listed on the banner at the bottom of your video screen. Thank you very much to all of our sponsors, bringing you Hobbs Lady Eagles softball this season. So we go to the top of the 7th inning. This is do or die time for Hobbs. And it is number 2, 3, and 4 hitters up due. Jimenez, Chavez, Garcia for the Lady Eagles. 2, 3, and 4. So the heart of the order, top of the order, sort of between the top and the heart, actually, 2, 3, and 4.
In the top of the 7th, leading off for Lady Eagles will be right fielder Mariah Jimenez, with center fielder Edith Chavez on deck, and Carissa Garcia, first baseman, in the hole.
8-1 your score. Carlsbad leading. Hobbs' last chance to change that here, and doing it with Jimenez up. She struck out her last time up, walked and got stranded her first time up, and struck out her first time. So she is actually 0 for 2, and due, as they say. And Jimenez up to the plate. First pitch is going to be high and inside for ball 1. 1-0 the count. No outs, nobody on. Top of the 7th. Last chance at bat for Hobbs as they trail 8-1 here in the first of a doubleheader in Carlsbad, a district doubleheader. And that is going to hit the outside corner for strike 1. A lot of pop in the glove. Aragon bringing the heat on that, hitting the outside corner, evening up the count. No outs, nobody on. Chavez on deck, Garcia in the hole for Hobbs. That is going to be a swing and a foul ball. Kind of fouled that off to the left toward the Carlsbad dugout for strike number 2. 0-2 the count now. As Jimenez would like to get something started for the Hobbs Lady Eagles here, as they are down to their last 3 outs, their last chance to put runs on the board, and a swing and a foul back to the fence. Count remains
1-2.
It's 1-2 with Jimenez hanging tough at the plate. Got to be in plate protection mode here. 1-2 count. Got to swing at anything close enough to be called a strike. Try to get more than a piece of it, but foul it off, spoil it off if possible or if necessary. And a swing and a miss for strikeout and out number 1. So Hobbs now down to 2 outs to make some rain happen and try to get a rally going, make a little rain, come from behind win, if they could manage that here. Carlsbad has been very strong and dominant throughout the game. First pitch is down the pike and a little high, though. A lot of pop in the glove, but call, ball. 1-0 the count now. 1 out, nobody on. Top of the 7th, Hobbs trailing 8-1. And the second game of the doubleheader will follow about 30 minutes after the end of this one. A swing, little check swing actually, and it that makes contact with the ball, fouls it off toward the Hobbs dugout. Evens up the count 1-1. So 1 out, nobody on, 1-1 the count on Chavez. Chavez grounded out to the shortstop twice and popped out to the catcher. She's 0 for 3. And that is a beautiful ball right down the center. Oh, Chavez looked at that, and 1-2 the count. As that ball, a good hittable ball. And a swing and a miss on that as Aragon brought the heat and a riser. And that ball definitely had some rising action. And Chavez way behind on that swing. So strike out. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's strikeout number 9. Oops. So strikeout number 9 for Aragon And the second out, Hobbs is down to their final out in this top of the 7th inning as they trail 8-1. Nope, we're going to have Allison Garcia, a substitute batter for Bennett, who went in for Garcia actually as a substitute runner, and then had to go in at first base. Since she wasn't a pitcher or catcher, she did not get the courtesy runner. And now a substitute batter for Bennett. And the first pitch is in. It's a call, strike one. Kind of an off-speed pitch, but right over the plate. So 0-1 the count now. 2 outs, nobody on. Top of the 7th, Hobbs trailing 8-7. And this pitch is going to be a little outside for ball one. 1-1 the count. As Garcia getting settled in the box, trying to get a 2-out rally started. Hobbs hoping for a little softball magic and miracle here, and a swing and a miss. There's a little off-speed pitch by Garcia, but still Garcia, or off-speed pitch by Aragon, that is. Garcia swing and a miss. Strike 2, Hobbs down to their last strike here in the top of the 7th inning, and the pitch, swing and a miss for strikeout number 3, and that's the game. That is the ball game. 8-1 your final score, with Carlsbad winning the first of this one, and the second game of the doubleheader coming up here in about 30 minutes. But I'll take a quick break and come back, and I will wrap up this one, give you some game-ending stats, and then take our break between games. So in the top of the 7th inning, Hobbs had no runs on no hits, no errors, nobody left on base, 3 straight strikeouts by Aragon to end the game. 8-1, your final score. Back with Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to the wrap-up of the first game of a doubleheader here in Carlsbad for your Hobbs Lady Eagles. I'm Dawn Morgan. Your final score was 8-1. Carlsbad winning this one. Hobbs got 1 run on 3 hits. They committed no errors. They left 9 on base. And for Carlsbad, they had 8 runs on 11 hits. They commit 1 error, a throwing error. They leave 8 on base. And they got a 3-run home run. The only home run of the game was by the designated player, Hannah Sanders, in that first inning. But the pitcher, Aragon, struck out 10, walked 5, and hit 2 batters in the victory. And Bennett, the losing pitcher, struck out 1, walked 6, and hit no batters. And the 3 hits by Hobbs in the game were by Rodriguez, Garcia, and Young. So 8-1, your final score here in Carlsbad, the first of a doubleheader. The second will be coming up here in about probably 20-25 minutes. So it is another district win for Carlsbad and a loss for Hobbs, but another game with some possible redemption by the Lady Eagles coming up against Carlsbad. Always tough, especially at home on this windy Tuesday evening. The gusts are still blowing strong from left to right. By game time of the second game, don't know if they'll be calming down any at all. But the first game in the books, 8-1, Carlsbad winning, and the second game coming up in just a little while here in Carlsbad. Thanks for listening and watching to the Lady Eagles softball on HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on HobbsAmerica.com and Hobbs Sports YouTube. I'm Dawn Morgan along with TJ Miracle now, and we're just about getting ready to get this second game underway here in Carlsbad. Hobbs lost the first one 8-1, but they are looking for redemption in this second game, and coming up to the plate first is your leadoff batter, Kaya Boyle, followed by Mariah Jimenez on deck and Edith Chavez in the hole. The first pitch is going to be in, and it's a call, strike one. A call, strike one, 0-1 on Boyle. Number 13, Kaya Boyle. 0-1 the count. Second pitch is going to be high. In fact, Villa has to stand up, and it still goes over her head. So 1-1 is the count on Kaya Boyle, leadoff batter for Hobbs. Schoolcraft on the mound now for Carlsbad. Faith Aragon pitched the first game, and that comes in high for ball number 2. So 2-1 the count, as Aragon was your winning pitcher in the first game, striking out 10 in that game, but hitting 2 batters, and a swing and a foul back to the backstop evens the count 2-2. As Aragon also, she struck out 10 but walked 5 and hit 2 batters, but she was the winning pitcher in that game and fanned a few of the Lady Eagles in the process, of course. The 10 strikeouts, but it's Schoolcraft on the mound, and the third pitch comes in low for ball 3. So full count on Boyle, your leadoff batter for Hobbs, looking to get something started here. They'd like to split the doubleheader with Carlsbad if they could win this second of the 2 games. And a swing and a miss, so a strikeout, and that's the first strikeout for Schoolcraft.
Well, good movement there for Schoolcraft. She just kind of had Kaya a little bit off sequence right there, not throwing exactly what she thought she would, and so gets the strikeout to start the game.
Boyle having a bit of an off day. She's normally a very reliable batter, can get on base, draw a walk, or hit, and she struck out twice in their first game against Aragon. And the first pitch is in, a call strike for the first strike. 0-1 the count on Jimenez. And the second pitch is just about like the first one. Call, strike 2, 0-2 the count now, as Jimenez quickly behind in the count, got to protect the plate. Hobbs looking for their first base runner. And that's going to be outside for ball 2. A lot of heat. Schoolcraft can definitely bring the heat. The ball moves a little more on her. And that one moved and broke just a little too strong outside. That one, though, is fouled off with authority. Jimenez got a good cut at that one. It actually hit one of the light poles and bounced back into the field. So count remains 1-2. Second batter up, Chavez on deck, Rodriguez in the hole for Hobbs. Jimenez playing right field in this second game as she did the first. Edith Chavez, center fielder, on deck, and Anaya Rodriguez, the catcher, in the hole. A swing and a grounder over to third as Aragon picks it up and fires over to Flacco at first for out number 2, and 5-2-3 in the books as that brings up Chavez to the plate.
Now bring up Lady Eagles Edith Chavez.
So 2 outs, nobody on here in the top of the first inning in this second game against Carlsbad in the Cave City. The wind still blowing from left to right across the field. First pitch on Chavez is high and outside for ball 1, so 1-0 the count. As the first game, pretty windy, gusty at times. It affected the ball a few times, some of the long fly balls. And that pitch is going to be outside for ball number 2. So Schoolcraft bringing some heat, but the ball breaking a little too much. She's a little aggravated with herself. She puts a lot of oomph into it. You can hear her grunt at the end of the pitches. That one is going to hit the inside corner for strike 1. So 2-1 the count with 2 outs, nobody on. Hobbs looking to get a 2-out rally going here. Edith Chavez batting at third, and a hit back straight up the middle. Schoolcraft can't get a glove on it, and Chavez with a single gets to first base. A little hope with 2 outs here.
Nice job. Yeah, definitely a nice job there by Edith. She just sat back there and took what Schoolcraft gave her, shot it right back up the middle to get that 2-out single. So nice job for her as the lefty Rodriguez will step in now.
Yep, number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, your catcher for Hobbs, batting cleanup. And that is going to miss the outside corner and be ball 1. So 1-0 the count. 2 outs, 1 runner on. Chavez out on first after that single. There were only 3 hits by Hobbs in that first game, and Rodriguez had 1 of them. And that's a hit, a high fly ball out to left field. Is it over the fence? No, but it's too far for Lopez. She goes back and cannot catch it. So a stand-up double for Rodriguez. And Rodriguez will have a courtesy runner for her. It is probably going to be Kinsey Bennett, but we will see.
You want to get a nice job by Rodriguez, just taking what Schoolcraft gave her and driving it out into left field. Lopez was playing in a little bit. She didn't have a chance to go all the way back. Dimensions here at Cave Girl Field a little bit deeper in the corners. Normally you see 200. They're 220 here.
Yeah, and of course that scores a run for Hobbs. So an RBI double for Rodriguez puts Hobbs on the board. And that brings up number 8, Marissa Young, batting in the 5th slot and playing third base. First pitch is going to be a call strike on the outside corner. Didn't see that coming. So 0-1 the count. The corners were a little erratic in that first game, and erratic for both pitchers, really. And it was a little unexpected, not knowing what to expect when the ball was inside or outside, especially that outside corner in the first game. And the second pitch, a strike as well. That's going to be high and outside for ball 1. So 1-2 the count.
And about what you would expect there, Schoolcraft trying to get her to chase out of the zone. Young with a pretty good eye, though.
Not
one
chasing.
She's probably not going for.
Right. She does have to protect the plate and strike it in, swing at anything close, as she does there. Spoils it off out of play off to the left. So count is 1-2.
I saw where you were parked. I hope it doesn't hit the white,
Yeah.
the white Toyota.
Hope not. The courtesy runner out on second base for Rodriguez in scoring position for Hobbs, and Young would love to bring her around and in if Hobbs could manage another run in this at bat. That's outside for ball 2. Evens up the count 2-2. Harrison is on deck. That's Cameron Harrison. And Angel Jimenez, your designated player in the hole. If we get that far, Hobbs would definitely like to get that far and that deep. A swing and a ground ball hit over to second base. A nice stop, as I thought that was going to make it through, but Weldon came over at a run, knocked it down and tossed it over to first. Credit where credit's due. A good play that robbed Hobbs of any more chance of runs in the top of the first inning. So score it 4-3 for out number 3. And there was 1 run on 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. So we go to the bottom of the first inning. Carlsbad coming up to the plate. Hobbs leading this 1-0. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. Welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on HobbsAmerica.com and Hobbs Sports YouTube. And in the bottom of the first inning, or the bottom of the first, Carlsbad coming up to the plate, and top of the order, number 7, Faith Aragon playing center. this time around. First pitch is in and is a call, strike one, as Aragon was the pitcher, the winning pitcher in the first game of this doubleheader earlier. An 8-1 win by Carlsbad, but an 0-1 count. And this is a choppy grounder headed to second base, took a funny hop, and I think Boyle came in on it but couldn't even get a glove on it. I call that an infield single, and Aragon is on first base.
Yeah, it just took that funny hop. I think if Kaya stays in front of it instead of trying to turn the glove backward, that she probably can at least knock that down. But I'm with you. I think an infield single.
So a fresh batter, no outs, one runner on. Martinez at the plate, and a high fly ball headed out to right field, shallow right. Coming under it is the right fielder out there. That is Jimenez, catches it and grabs that for out number one.
Nice job by Jimenez to adjust to that one as the wind kind of gust right as that came off the bat of Martinez, and it was tailing over towards the line. So a pretty tough play out there. Looked routine, but a lot harder than I think maybe it seemed.
Number 21, Jonna Aragon, your third baseman, up to the plate, and the first pitch is going to be outside for ball one, and it's going to get out of the glove of Rodriguez, and that's going to advance Aragon over to second. So a runner at second now in scoring position for Carlsbad, and a 1-0 count on Aragon at the plate. One out, one on. Bottom of the first inning, and that's going to be, well, would be in the dirt, but there is no dirt. It's artificial surface here. So that's inside, but this time Rodriguez is able to knock it down and threaten to throw down to second, and he keeps Aragon on second base. One out, one on. 2-0 count now, and that's a sharply hit ball, a grounder between third and short, and that's going to score one as the throw comes in, but not in time to catch Aragon, a speedy Aragon who crosses the plate and ties the game up 1-1 now on the RBI single by Aragon. Aragon batting in Aragon, and now Jonna Aragon on first base, and Fuentes at the plate now. So one out. And the first pitch is going to be a call ball inside. 1-0 the count on Fuentes. So 1-0 the count. Sanders playing right field is on deck, and Flacco, your first baseman, in the hole for Carlsbad. And that's going to be a foul ball out of play off to the left. It'll even up the count 1-1. One out, one on. After one run crosses the plate, we're tied in this bottom of the first inning, 1-1. Carlsbad at the bat with one out. Fuentes at the plate, Sanders on deck, Flacco in the hole. And that is going to be a grounder over to third. Young picks it up, fires to second, and trying to work the double play. Yes, Hobbs able to make the double play. A nifty move as Young able to throw out the lead runner at second, and then Boyle making a great throw in time, and Garcia hanging on to it. So a nicely turned double play gets Hobbs out of trouble and ends the Carlsbad at bat with just one run across on 2 hits, no errors, and actually nobody left on base. So we will go to the top of the second inning, tied up 1-1. We'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com as a nicely turned double play ended Carlsbad's attempt to put more runs on the board. They put one across on 2 hits, no errors, and nobody left on. And we go to the top of the second inning with Hobbs order 6, 7, and 8 coming up to the plate. We're all tied up at 1. And Harrison, Jimenez, Medina will try to increase the runs on the board for Hobbs. First plate appearance for Cameron Harrison, left fielder for Hobbs. And that is going to miss just outside for ball 1. Count 1-0. I've noticed a tendency sometimes, not all umpires, but some umps will not call the corner as readily for a slower pitcher as for a faster pitcher. That one comes right down the pike, swing and a miss, that is, swung on by Harrison.
And really, that was just
count
a
number 1.
result of Schoolcraft changing up the speeds a little bit, as Harrison was really looking for something that had a lot more oomph on it than what she got.
Yeah, Schoolcraft now bringing the heat, and it breaks outside, but too far outside. So 2-1, misses on the breaking ball. So no outs, nobody on. Harrison, first batter up for Hobbs, trying to get something started, and she fouls one off way high and out of play off to the right. So that is going to even the count up 2-2 now on Harrison.
That one may get over to where I parked. Good crowd here today.
Yeah. The wind still blowing left to right across the field. Field lights have come on. And Harrison trying to get something started. She fouls this one off as well. More in plate protection mode, I think, as she felt like. And I think that certainly might have been a call strike had she let that one go. So fouled off toward the Hobbs dugout. Count remains 2-2.
Yeah, I got to be very careful with 2 strikes. And if you can fight one off and get another pitch, that's what you need to do.
That one is a little hit back to the mound, or to the circle rather. Schoolcraft picks it up and tosses it over to first. 1-3 in the books for out number 1. Brings up Jimenez, your designated player, to the plate. Yadiseli Medina, the pitcher, is on deck. And Candace Harrison, your shortstop, in the hole. So Jimenez up to the plate. Jimenez went 0 for 2 in that first game. She struck out, walked, and grounded out. So she's got a little redemption at the plate coming if she can manage that this at-bat, this game. Oh, and a beautiful pitch as Schoolcraft brought the heat and painted the outside corner to even the count at 1 apiece. 1-1 your count, 1 out, nobody on. Top of the second inning, and a swing and a miss as Schoolcraft again brought the heat. Sometimes it's not the speed, it's the varying of the speeds and keeping the batter off. Oh, and a nice sharply hit ball, but a line drive right to the third baseman. The Jana Aragon didn't even have to move. She just put up her glove and caught that one. So a line drive shot to the third baseman. 5 unassisted in the book. Well,
nice job.
Line drop shot. Second out.
Jimenez got good wood on it, but unfortunately just right at Aragon, and so an easy second out.
That brings up Yadiseli Medina. Yadiseli, the pitcher for this game. She was a reserve player, a bench player, and was a pinch runner in the first game. First pitch is in. It's a ball. 1-0 the count on Medina. Harrison on deck, and swing and a miss for strike 1. 2 outs, nobody on. 1-1 the count on Medina. 1-1 your score here. We're tied here in the second inning. Hobbs would like to untie it. And that's going to be low for ball 2, 2-1. Harrison awaits on deck. If we get that far, the Lady Eagles would like to get that far. It's bottom of the order, and then, and swinging for strike 2. Schoolcraft bringing the heat, a little riser that crossed the outside of the plate and got Medina chasing a little bit. About halfway to the plate, that looked like a really hittable ball. And swing and a miss, strike 3, and that is the third out, 3 up, 3 down, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And we're going to go to the bottom of the second inning, still tied 1-1. Carlsbad coming up to the plate, and we'll be back with more Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. In that top of the second inning, no runs, no hits, no errors. 3 up, 3 down for Hobbs. We go to the bottom of the second. We're still tied 1-1, and to the plate is number 2, Hannah Sanders. And the first pitch is in. It's a call strike. So here we are in the bottom of the second inning, no outs. An 0-1 count. Sanders was a designated player, the designated hitter in that first game. This game, she's playing right field. 0-1 count. No outs, nobody on. First batter up. Swing and a miss for strike 2. 0-2 the count as Medina on the mound for Hobbs in this game. Rodriguez behind the plate. Garcia at first. No, that's Bennett at first. Boyle on second. Harrison at short, Young on third. A swing and a high fly foul out of play off to the right. So count remains 0-2 on Sanders now. Flacco is on deck. Weldon in the hole for Carlsbad. Again, we're tied 1-1 here in the bottom of the second inning. Second of a doubleheader here in Carlsbad. Carlsbad winning the first. The Lady Eagles looking to try to split with them. That is going to come in low for ball 1. Sanders has to do a bit of a river dance to avoid being hit. 1-2 the count.
For Medina, she's probably not going to overpower too many people, but she is going to rely on her location and on her changes of speed right there. And on a pitch like that, she should have Sanders looking in, so she might want to think about something breaking away on this next pitch.
And a little quick meeting in the circle as Coach Crossland wants to come out and talk to the ump.
Yeah, I think they're discussing the balls. They're not quite happy, I think, with the feel or what's going on with some of those softballs that have come out there. So I know I've noticed a couple of times Medina has asked for a different ball.
Right,
so
a fresh ball. Okay. That can make a difference, although when you're practicing, you get used, as a pitcher, you get used to pitching, throwing, and practicing with all kind of manner of beat-up balls and, but game balls, usually you're used to very fresh balls. A swing and a high fly ball going foul territory. Coming over to grab it, though, is Bennett from first base. So a nice high pop fly that Bennett has to follow, kind of play the wind and catch behind her. Kind of good grab, though, for out number 1.
Well, it was, and caught it in foul territory, too. So Carlsbad's got to be feeling a little bit like they just wasted an out right there with Flacco coming to the plate.
So 1 out, nobody on. Bottom of the second. 1-1 is your score. And Flacco, your first baseman, up to the plate for Carlsbad. First pitch is a ball. 1-0. 1 out, nobody on. Swing and a little grounder is going to go foul and Young wisely lets it go foul.
Yeah, and that was very smart, because that one moving along and with good speed from Flacco,
Right.
that probably wouldn't have gotten her.
Yeah, even with a good
had
throw.
it stayed fair.
Yeah,
So.
even with a good throw by Young, and she's got a bullet of an arm that still would have been a slow developing play and probably would have meant a runner on base. Now that's going to fall in shallow right field for a base hit, and that puts Flacco on a single.
And a little late on the swing, but managed to get enough on it to get it up in the air and just kind of pop it back to where really nobody could get to it, with Hobbs playing fairly deep out there. Jimenez shading slightly towards the line over and right, and part of that I think is because of the wind.
She would have been playing very shallow to have any chance at catching that ball, and it was behind Bennett enough that she didn't have a chance to go back and catch it, so it just fell in shallow far right field for a little single for Flacco. Now Weldon up to the plate, and the first pitch is a ball. 1-0 the count, 1 out, 1 on. Here in the bottom of the second inning, Carlsbad up. Weldon hits, swings, and that's going to run outside. Going to be a foul off to the right, out of play, and just be a long strike. And even things up, 1-1 for Weldon. 1 out, 1 on, 1 runner. Flacco on first after the single. Kind of a little Texas leaguer. And that runs inside for ball 2. Rodriguez doing a nice job of trapping that, keeping it from being a pass ball, because I think Flacco would be sitting on second by now. So 2-1 the count, 1 out, 1 on. And that pitch is going to be high for ball 3. So 3-1. Medina on the mound, Rodriguez behind the plate, Bennett on first. Bennett in for Garcia, who got hit in the head by a pitch in the first game. So Garcia out, usually plays first, Bennett there. And this pitch is a sharply hit ground ball between second and third base. It'll get through for a single, but Candace Harrison comes in on it from left field and plays it well, throws it in and keeps it to a single for Weldon. But now runners on first and second for Carlsbad, and brings Haven Schoolcraft, the pitcher, up to the plate.
And now going to be very important for Medina and the defense to bear down. You don't want to let this become a breakthrough inning where they put crooked numbers up on the board.
Schoolcraft, the pitcher for Carlsbad in this game, and that pitch is in the dirt for ball 1, would be the dirt. I've said many times that there is no dirt. This is artificial surface. And
well, there's dirt under it, I guess.
This is a beautiful field here in Carlsbad. A swing, and she was ahead of that as Medina took a lot off of that pitch and got Schoolcraft on the changeup, fouled it off for strike 1. 1-1 the count. Pitch 1 out, runners at first and second. Here, bottom of the second, Schoolcraft up, Lopez on deck. Aragon in the hole. There's a hit, a ground ball between first and second, scooped up by Jimenez. The throw in is not going to be on time, and actually, yeah, it's a good thing it hit the screen and bounced back, but it will score 1, so it is going to be an RBI single for Schoolcraft. She moved to second on the throw in. So an RBI single for Schoolcraft. That brings in Flacco and puts Carlsbad ahead by 1 run. 2-1 now your score. And Lopez up to the plate. 1 out. Runners at second and third now. That's Weldon sitting on third. Schoolcraft on second. And the first pitch is going to catch the outside corner for call, strike 1.
Good pitch to come back on after giving up 3 consecutive hits in a row for Medina. Now she's got to make sure that she keeps everybody right where they're at, because she's in a bit of a jam.
And shows bunt, drops the bat, but brings it back, and that ball low for ball 1. Evens up the count, 1-1. She got the bat back up in time, and the ball was low, but good job, Rodriguez, blocking that out, not allowing that ball to get behind her.
And classic from Coach Santa with that, maybe thinking about the squeeze.
That's going to be fouled off out of play, off to the right side. So that becomes strike number 2. So 1-2 the count now. With 1 out, runners at second and third. 1 run scored so far for Carlsbad in this at bat here at bottom of the second inning. 2-1. And a swing and a miss. And Lopez goes down swinging for the second out. That's the first strikeout for Medina in this game.
And a nice job there by Medina as she kind of, I think, saw that Lopez was pretty antsy and going to pretty much swing at anything that might be close. So she put it in low, got it where she couldn't get it.
And that brings up Faith Aragon, top of the order, to the plate. And what happened, a balk?
Intentional walk.
Oh, intentional walk, okay. So Aragon, it loads up. That's not a bad call. You got 2 outs. You want to load up the bases so there's a force on any base. So Aragon takes first. It was empty anyway. It was vacant.
Yeah, and it also takes one of their bigger sticks out of the lineup right there.
Yeah, because she has hit in the first game. Faith Aragon was, I believe she hit every time. Oh, and there's a hit out in left field over the shortstop. That'll score 1. It'll score 2. It'll score 3. The throw coming into the plate, not in time. And, well, you know, you take your chances.
That's the downside
That's the downside of making that call to load the bases. Aragon was able to cross the plate, actually, after having been intentionally walked.
And that a little bit of an
Weldon scored, Schoolcraft scored, and Aragon scored, and Martinez is on second base.
And that's a little bit of Martinez, you know, hitting angry. She's like, oh, you're going to walk the girl in front of me to get to me? All right, I'll show you.
A 3 RBI double by Martinez brings Aragon up, and that is going to be stopped at second base. Boyle makes the throw, but not in time, and Bennett can't hang on to it, and that is going to score Martinez from second, and that's going to put Aragon on second on the throwing error. So it was a great stop by Boyle, but she didn't have time to be able to make a good throw, and that bad throw then was costly. So she stopped it. The error didn't happen on the stop. The error happened on the throw. So now
we talked about not wanting the crooked number up there, and now there's 5 of them up there this inning for, 5 for the Cave Girls this inning.
So Aragon reaches and makes it over to second on the throwing error. She would have beaten out the throw and did beat out the throw, but then the throw was bad. And so now Aragon, Jana Aragon on second after the E4. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 runs across. Makes it 7-1 now. 6 to 1. 6 to 1. No, my bad. 6 to 1. There you go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes, 6 to 1. I've got it right in the book. 6 to 1. As Aragon out on second in scoring position for Carlsbad, but with 2 outs, Hobbs would like to seal it off right here. And the second pitch is going to be a ball, so it evens the count 1-1 on Fuentes now. So 1-1 the count.
And a tough part of the lineup to have to try and shut it down with the cleanup hitter now at the plate.
Yeah, Fuentes, and a swing and a miss as Medina kind of floated a changeup across and got Fuentes swinging and missing. So 1-2 the count. 2 outs, a runner on second, and a 1-2 count on Fuentes. Your designated player, batting in that cleanup spot, as TJ mentioned, batting fourth. It's going to be high and away for ball 2, so 2-2 the count. Hobbs would like to get this third out and get into the dugout without any further damage being done, as 5 runs have crossed in this inning, and that is going to miss just outside for ball 3. So
Rodriguez tried to frame it up, but the ump not buying it on that one.
Nope. Count is full now, so 2 outs, full count, runner on second. That is a swing and a miss, and Medina gets her. So a strikeout number 2 by Medina becomes the 3rd out and ends the at-bat for Carlsbad, not before they put 5 runs across on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hits. 5 runs on 5 hits, 1 error, 1 left on base. We get to go to the top of the 3rd inning. Hobbs coming up to that, and we'll have more Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles Softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan with TJ Miracle, and we acknowledge our sponsors, Lee County State Bank, Thriftway, NMR Pipeline, Eunice Pump and Supply, Forest Tire, Lasco, Robinson and Associates, The Model, SunGuard, Hobbs Rental, Hobbs Express, Devon Energy, and First American Bank Hobbs. Some technical difficulties with our board tonight, and a missing
A missing piece, a missing memory card where all of the spots lived.
That's right. And now, because it's gone, there is no memory in the board. That means no commercials or ads to play. And we apologize to our sponsors, but we will continue to mention them. And, of course, you can look at them at their logos across the banner at the bottom of the video screen. All right, getting ready for top of the third inning. Bottom of the lineup, number 10, Candace Harrison, your shortstop, up to the plate. Her first plate appearance in this game, and a swing and a miss for strike one.
Going to be important for the Lady Eagles not to press here. You're still in this ball game, and so don't try and think you've got to get it all back in one at bat.
Two strikes now, an 0-2 count. A swing and a miss on the second one. And a swing and a miss on third. 3 straight pitches and a strikeout for out one. And that's going to bring the top of the lineup up to the plate. It's Kaya Boyle. One out, nobody on. The leadoff batter, Kaya Boyle, to the plate. She is due. She's been in an uncharacteristic slump in this doubleheader. And that is going to miss outside and low for ball number one. She is one of those, she's a batter who's capable of really ripping into the right pitch, and she generally gets on base either through a walk or a hit. And that is going to be a call strike, so that evens the count at 1-1 on Boyle. She struck out her first time at the plate, this at bat. It's her second plate appearance, and it looks like Schoolcraft may have called, an illegal pitch. Oh, okay. All right. So they took that credit off for that, said that was an illegal pitch. So 2-0 the count, and that's going to miss outside for ball three. So 3-0 now as they take the strike off and make the count now 3-0 on Kaya Boyle. And that is going to be high for ball four. And Boyle works the walk, gets on, and Hobbs has hope to start trying to catch up to Carlsbad. Carlsbad leading 6-1 here in the top of the third inning, and now Jimenez up to the plate. So Boyle on first. Look for every opportunity. That comes in. A beautiful ball to hit. And with the one out, now an 0-1 count on Jimenez. As Boyle on first, out a swing and a cut and a foul ball back to the screen for strike two. As Hobbs needs to move the runner around and in by any means necessary. Jimenez grounded out to third base her first time up, so she's 0 for 1. Would like to increase Hobbs' runs on the board. Oh, and a check swing. She did not go. She tried to offer, let that low ball go. Of course, with now a 1-2 count, she's going to be in protect the plate mode.
It does give Schoolcraft a lot of options here. They call this a lot of times the pitcher's pitch.
Yeah, pitcher's count. A pitcher's count at 0-2 and 1-2, and a call strike three. Oh, as Jimenez watches that, and just on the corner for out number two. And that becomes strikeout number 4 for Schoolcraft now. Chavez, center fielder, up to the plate. That is a fast ball hitting the outside corner for strike one. A lot of pop in the glove.
And right at the knees, too. If Schoolcraft can start getting that consistently, that could make it for a very long night for these Lady Eagle hitters.
So Chavez with an 0-1 count. 2 outs, 1 runner on. And a swing. Fouled that one off to the right.
Almost a defensive swing there from Chavez. She wasn't quite sure she wanted to pull the trigger there and got through just quick enough to get it off the end of the bat and shoot it back into the netting.
Yeah, and actually her bat was, I think if it didn't make contact with the bat, it would have been a check swing and she wouldn't have had a strike on her. but it was a check swing that hit the bat. And this is a fly out to right field, and Sanders comes in, a fly for the third out, a fly out for Chavez. So Hobbs goes 4 up, 3 down, no runs on no hits, no errors, and 1 left on base. So we're going to go to the bottom of the 3rd inning. Hobbs still trailing 6-1. Carlsbad coming up to the bat, and we will be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'm Dawn Morgan with TJ Miracle as we go to the bottom of the 4th inning, rather. And Carlsbad up to the plate, bottom of the 3rd inning. Bottom of the 3rd.
Top 3rd.
Oh, sorry. Yep, top 3rd. Sorry.
Yeah, it is
No,
bottom
it's
3.
the bottom of the 3rd.
You're
yeah.
right. I'm asleep. It's
too,
been a long day.
I'm too accustomed just saying, "Oh yeah, you're right. You're right."
Too much
I need
time
to-
on the road today.
I need to defend myself a little more, right? Okay, and in this bottom of the 3rd inning with Carlsbad up to the plate, it is the heart of the order, 5, 6, and 7 here for Carlsbad, and Sanders playing right field in this game. She was the designated hitter or player in the first game. She's up to the plate and swinging a long fly ball out to center field, coming in on it, but can't get it. Chavez goes behind her, but Harrison backing her up makes the throw in, and it is going to be a double for Sanders. So
and not much else Chavez could do on that one.
Yeah.
She was sprinting, laid out for it as the wind kind of knocked it down right before she got there, and it just bounced by her. But a nice job, as you mentioned, by Harrison backing her up to limit that to just a double.
Yeah, and good hustle by Chavez. I mean, Hobbs is playing very deep in the outfield, respecting the bats of Carlsbad because they are hitters and aggressive long ball hitters. So she had to really trot in as fast as she could, as hard as she could, and to try to get that ball, but could not get to it in time. Good hustle, good try, good basics, and good play by Hobbs, but a good hit as well. And 2 balls. No strikes.
And you mentioned Hobbs playing deep in the outfield. All 3 of them almost out on the blue warning track here.
Right. Flacco, your batter, first baseman for Carlsbad. Oh, that came right down the pike for a call. Strike 1, 2-1 the count.
And a nice job there by Medina to come back and get that strike. I think Carlsbad going to be a little selective.
And that is going to be a hit. Knocked down by Harrison, makes the long throw, does not get it in time, and Bennett can't hang on to it. I think that throw was right on target and hit the glove of Bennett, but went by. So the E really isn't, I don't think it's a throwing error. I think it was an error on the first base. What do you think, TJ?
Yeah, I think that is going to be an infield single and then an E3, which allowed Sanders to move over to third because Flacco had that beat out.
Yes.
Looked like. So you'll have the infield single and then the E3.
I agree, and that's how I'm writing it down in the book. And a high pop fly is coming under it is Bennett. She catches it, hangs on to it. So Weldon hits the first pitch she sees, pops out to the first baseman in foul territory, and brings up Schoolcraft, a pitcher, up to the plate. Schoolcraft hit an RBI single and scored her first time up. This is her second plate appearance. And it is a strike 1.
And Carlsbad again threatening with just 1 out and runners on the corners. They want to have another crooked number inning.
Yeah, Sanders on third, Flacco on first. 1 out. Schoolcraft fouls that one off out of play, off to the right, actually hit the light standard and ricocheted off down into the parking lot. So along in a funny strike, too. 1 out, runners at the corners. 0-2 count on Schoolcraft. A hit right back to in the circle, and I tell you what, Medina, it knocks the glove off of Medina, and she gathered herself very quickly, reached down, grabbed the ball, and threw it to first. And in time.
Yeah, that's good presence of mind right there for
you
Medina.
Bet. I mean, she definitely, it hurt. When that glove came off, you could see it hurt, but she realized the ball was right there at her feet. So she picked it up, made that good throw to first base, and got Schoolcraft out at first 1-3, but it did score a run. So Sanders.
No, Sanders still at third.
Nope, she didn't. So Sanders still at third. I'm surprised that they didn't. I thought I saw her come down. I guess what I'm seeing is they're letting Medina. Nope, they're going to pull Medina or no?
I think they're going to let her get a couple of pitches, make sure that hand's okay.
Okay. So she definitely. I mean, that took the glove off of her, and I think it hit her other hand as well. So Sanders still on second. Flacco moved to second, though. Sanders on third. Flacco moved to second. Weldon popped out. Schoolcraft was thrown out for the second out. And number 13, Jasmine Lopez, the bottom of the order for Carlsbad, is up. She struck out her last time up to the plate. And after Medina gets a few warm-up pitches just to work things out, make sure that she's not injured, she can continue to pitch. Play resumes, and the first pitch is going to be low inside for ball 1.
And actually, we have a pinch hitter. That's Aubrey Hernandez.
Aubrey Hernandez, number 18. A swing and a line drive shot out to left field, and that is going to be a throw into the cutoff point to Harrison, but it is going to score. So Sanders comes in. Flacco comes in, and Lopez, or the pinch batter, Aubrey Hernandez, is on first. A two RBI single for Aubrey Hernandez makes the score 8-1 now. And that pitch is going to be outside, and it's going to get away from Rodriguez, and that's going to allow Aubrey Hernandez to reach second base. So Hernandez, the pinch hitter for Lopez, with that 2 RBI single, now sits on second base in scoring position. And that's going to be a shot out to right field in between first and second, a little line drive shot. It will not score Lopez, but it does move her over to third, and Faith Aragon, your leadoff hitter, who just hit that shot, gets a single
and now
is on first base.
Now you're getting into the top of that lineup with Aragon batting first, and last time Martinez was up, she had that 3-run double, so you've got to be careful with her here.
Aragon on first, runners at the corners for Carlsbad, first and third, and Hannah Martinez, making sure that that number is 8, that she is Martinez. And the first pitch is going to be low, and it's going to get away from Rodriguez, and coming in safely is going to be Lopez. So on the wild pitch, I don't know. Pass ball, wild pitch. What's your
I'm
vote?
thinking that's a wild pitch because it bounced, looked like right before it got to the plate.
All right, I'll go with that because it was a toss-up to me whether it was a wild pitch or a pass ball. So we'll go with the wild pitch that scores the run. Lopez from third, and makes it 9-1. Carlsbad. And a swing and a hit between first and second out to right field is going to score as Aragon comes in.
And 6 of the 10 runs on the board for Carlsbad have come with 2 outs. Ouch.
Yeah. Not in the same inning.
No, not in the same inning.
Not in the same inning. But that's an RBI single for Martinez. Puts her on and brings up Jana Aragon.
And it looks like Carlsbad has really started getting the timing down on Medina. So I'm going to ask the resident pitcher, is there anything you can do about that as a pitcher when they start getting your timing and delivery down?
Yeah, you just try to have to vary your speeds as much as you can and just try to fool them. And that is going to run high and outside for ball one. 1-1 the count. 2 outs. And just one more out to get Hobbs out of this nightmare at bat. And that is going to be a foul ball down the third base line. So that will be strike 2 on Aragon. 2 outs, 1-2 count. 1 runner on. That is Martinez after her RBI single on first. Some throwing errors by Hobbs, along with hitting by Carlsbad, has created this 4-run inning for Carlsbad. It is 10-1. Your score 10-1 now, and that's fouled off out of play to the right. Count remains.
And if you're Carlsbad here, what you want to do, even with 2 outs, is if you're the hitters, you don't want to try and do too much. You just want to take what Medina's going to give you and see if you can keep the line moving along and put a few more runs up on that board.
We might have a pitching change. I do believe we do, as Crossland came out and he went and talked to the ump first. He's going to make a visit to the circle and talk with the girls. But there may be a pitching change coming. I think he was just alerting the umpire, saying that he may be making a change. But looks
like he's going to leave her to try and finish this batter. This may be it for her, though, if she can't get out of it.
Right. He is walking back to the dugout without coming back to the ump and making any changes. So 2 outs, 1 runner on. 2-2 is your count. 10-1 is your score here in the bottom of the third. And there's a high fly ball. It's going to hit at the fence. And Chavez makes a throw. They are going to get her in the rundown and her out. So Aragon hit a long fly ball, but a nice play by Chavez and a good throw in. Has Aragon thrown out in a rundown there between first and second for the third out. So Hobbs is able to get out of that jam, but not before Carlsbad puts runs across. So we are going to go to the top of the 4th inning. Hobbs trailing 10-1, and we'll have more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball coming up on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball. And in the bottom of the third, Carlsbad put 4 runs across on 4 hits, 1 error committed, 1 left on base. We go to the top of the 4th inning. Hobbs coming up to the plate, the heart of the order, number 4, 5, and 6 batters, as number 20, Anaya Rodriguez, the catcher, up first. And the first pitch is going to be in ball 1, 1-0, the count on Rodriguez. She had a double or an RBI double her first time up, but got stranded. And the second pitch is in. It's a strike, 1-1 the count now. So Rodriguez is 1 for 1, her second plate appearance here. That's going to be outside for ball 2. 2-1 the count. No outs, nobody on. Rodriguez first up. Number 8, Marissa Young, your third baseman, up on deck. And Cameron Harrison in the hole. A swing and a chopper to second base. Weldon fields it, tosses over to Flacco, and score that 4-3 in the book as Weldon watches that chopper. Not always easy to get those to get the timing right on those choppers, but she easily made that, tossed it over for the first out, 4-3.
A lot easier on your home field with those. You've got a pretty good idea what they're going to do.
And the first pitch is hit over to Weldon as Young steps up, hits the first pitch she sees, and a grounder over again. Weldon Weldon to Flacco for the second out. And let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pitches thrown so far in this at bat for Hobbs, 2 outs. So 2 outs, nobody on. Cameron Harrison, left fielder for Hobbs, up to the plate. She grounded out to the pitcher her first time up. As she is 0 for 1. This is her second plate appearance, and that is wild. It's high and outside, goes past Villa.
Come on, break out your best Harry Doyle.
Just a bit outside, 2-0.
Very good. I have taught you well.
Yes. 2-0 the count. 2 outs, nobody on. And that is low for ball 3.
And if you're Harrison here, I think maybe Crossland gives her the green light, especially if Schoolcraft grooves something, trying to keep from getting the 4-pitch walk here, just trying to get the strike, keep the bat alive.
Yep. It is going to be a call, strike 1.
Right at the top of the zone, looked like, and on the inside part of the plate.
3-1 the count on Harrison. Jimenez, the designated player on deck. Medina in the hole. If we get that far, Hobbs would like to get that far. And that is going to be ball 4, and Harrison works the walk.
Second walk that's been issued by Schoolcraft. Now Hobbs would like to see if they could find a little 2-out magic of their own. As we mentioned last half inning, 6 of the 10 on the board that Carlsbad has scored have come with 2 outs.
Yeah, Hobbs would like to give him a little bit of that medicine back if they could. So 2 outs, 1 on, and swing and a miss on the first pitch. 0-1 count on Harrison, on Jimenez.
Last time Jimenez was up, she hit it hard, but right at Aragon at third.
Yeah, she hit a line drive shot that Aragon didn't even have to move for. And that's going to be outside for ball 1. 1-1 the count. Jimenez 0 for 1. This is her second plate appearance in this game. And a changeup floats a little high for ball 2 as Schoolcraft took a little speed. She took a little speed off of that.
Yeah, Schoolcraft normally just brings the gas, but yeah, that's one of those she's got in her back pocket. You might see it if she gets in a jam later.
And that's going to be inside for ball 3 as she brought the heat. And a little bit of a breaking ball broke too much to the inside. So 3-1 the count. 2 outs, 1 runner on after Harrison worked the walk. And that is going to be fouled off to the Hobbs dugout. Off to the right for strike number 2. That runs the count full on Jimenez. Medina on deck, Harrison in the hole, Candace Harrison. If we get that far, Hobbs would like to get this 2-out rally going, try to get some of those runs back, and that's going to remain high. So again, the changeup missed the zone, stayed high, and back-to-back walks issued by Schoolcraft. And that's she's got 4 strikeouts and 3 walks in the game.
Yeah, all of a sudden she's having a little bit of trouble finding the zone. If you're Hobbs here, even though it's the bottom of your lineup, you can really need to find a way to capitalize on the control problem. She may have to take a little bit off of it and just see if she can run one up there, try and find the strike zone. That could give you a chance to pounce.
And this is number 11, Yaraceli Medina, the pitcher. Yaraceli Medina up to the plate after striking out her first time, 17, that is Hannah Granillo. Hannah Granillo is a substitute batter. The substitute batter for Medina looking at that first pitch, and it's a call, strike one.
And that means Medina may be done out in the ring.
That may very well be the case. And that is going to miss outside for ball one.
Tough situation, though, for Granillo to come in with 2 on and 2 out and coming off the bench cold.
Yeah, and I looked at that jersey, but the 17, it looked like the 11, and I looked at that and thought, no, I think that's number 11. But the kind announcer here making the correction for me on that, and that
the 7
count
and the
is now
11
going to
do
be
look
2-1.
Whew. Yeah, sometimes those numbers kind of look a little bit the same.
Yeah, especially when you're just looking at the sleeve and I can't see the back. Swing and a miss, and Granillo goes down swinging for the 3rd out, and that means that Hobbs threatens, but they don't manage to get any runs across. So no runs on no hits, no errors, and we had 2 left on base. So we're going to go to the bottom of the 4th inning. And we're still at 10-1. Your score, Carlsbad leading. Carlsbad coming up to the plate, and we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on HobbsAmerica.com and Hobbs Sports YouTube. And welcome back to Hobbs Lady Eagles softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And again, in the bottom of the 3rd inning, or the top of the 4th inning, that is, Hobbs did threaten. They put a couple of runners on, but could not manage to get anybody in. They left another 2 runners on base. They've left 4 on base this game. They left 9 on base last game. And we are at the top of the order for Carlsbad here in the bottom of the 4th inning.
Actually, that's Fuentes, number 4.
Yep. Well, near the top of the order. It's not the very top of the order. Aragon. And a swing and a long fly ball headed out to Chavez. She makes the grab and hangs on to it. So a nice fly out to the center fielder for the 1st out. As yes, it's 4, 5, and 6 up to the plate for Carlsbad. And Fuentes flaying out. But a nice play. The wind, I think, caught that a little as Chavez had to play the wind just a little bit in grabbing that one. It had a lot of power behind it, though. And a swing and a long fly ball headed out to center right. And grabbing at it is Chavez this time. She can't hang on to it. She was at a dead run as that ball was hit just right between left and center.
Yeah, nothing you can do with those as
No.
it goes into the alley out there, because really, especially with Jimenez shading over towards the line and right and Chavez playing straight away in center, that's a long way to run.
That's a big hole out
and
there.
just that she got that close to it's pretty impressive.
Yeah, that's a big hole. And a nice try, good hustle, and a good run at that. But Sanders with a stand-up double, standing out there in scoring position for Carlsbad, and Flacco at the plate. And she hits a hot grounder to third. Young stops it, makes the throw over to first to get her out. So score that 5-3 in the books for the 2nd out as Flacco throws to Bennett at first base, throwing her out.
And the defense
and that is the 2nd out.
The defense has really stepped up behind Granillo as they've had to make some pretty tough plays on their 2 outs thus far.
Number 4, Paris Weldon, your second baseman, up to the bat. She popped out to the first baseman her last time. Hits this one, pops it up. First baseman coming over. It's going to be out of play, though, as both Rodriguez and Bennett gave it a chase, hoping it was going to stay in play, but it just becomes a long strike one, or a high strike one. It went a lot. It went way up in the air, not very far out. So 0-1 the count, 2 outs, 1 runner on. Sanders out on second base in scoring position for Carlsbad. Carlsbad leading this one 10-1 here in the bottom of the 4th inning. And Weldon popped out her last time, singled and scored her first time up. She's 1 for 2. And a changeup. Granillo took a lot of speed off of that. And Weldon almost stayed up with it, but ends up fouling that one back out and out of play for strike number 2. 0-2 the count. So with 2 outs and an 0-2 count, Granillo would like to get this batter. Hobbs would like to get this out. They would like to get back in the dugout, try to get some bats going, and get some more runs across, try to get a little closer to this 10-1 dominance by Carlsbad in this second of a doubleheader today. That is going to miss outside, just outside.
The Hobbs faithful wanted that one.
They did. I think that was outside, although it had a lot of late break on it, and I think it just missed. That's a hit straight away. A line drive shot between center and right is going to score one as Chavez gets it, turns around, makes the throw, and the throw comes in and is kind of bobbled and now thrown to third. But Weldon is able to draw a run in, so that is going to be an RBI double, and she goes to third on the throw. So an RBI double. Weldon advances to third base on the throw.
And now becomes incredibly important to get this third out.
And that's a chopper to second base as Boyle hangs on, gets it, throws it, and that's the third out finally. 4-3 on the throw out. And that ends the at-bat, but not before Carlsbad is able to put a run across and make it 11-1. And that's an important run because that gives them a 10-run advantage, a 10-run lead over Hobbs. And at the end of 5, if you're ahead by 10 or more, then that's the ball game. And all they have to do is hold Hobbs to no score in their at-bat. And that would be the ball game. But Hobbs would like to get at least a run across and spoil that and keep the game going. So we'll be back with more Hobbs Lady Eagles softball here from Carlsbad on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to Hobbs Girls Softball, Hobbs Lady Eagles on Hobbs Sports America, HobbsSports.com and HobbsAmerica.com. I wanted to put the two
Just
together.
put them all together.
Yeah. In that bottom of the 4th inning, Carlsbad put 1 run across on 2 hits. There were no errors, 1 left on base.
So now important for Hobbs to get at least 1 run across if we want to see a bottom of the 5th inning. Trailing by 10, 11-1, and they've got 9,
right.
1 and 2 due up to try it.
And as I said, if they are not able to do that, it would be the ball game. And the first pitch comes in on Candace Harrison and makes it 0-1 here in the top of the 5th inning. And she shows bunt and does not deaden the ball. Instead, it pops up to the right and becomes strike 2 on Harrison. So 0-2 count. Hobbs down to their final 3 outs unless they can put 1 run across and get it back down to just a 9-run lead by Carlsbad. That is high for ball number 1. So
And that Schoolcraft just trying to get Harrison to chase. On the bunt attempt a minute ago, that's not a bad idea. Harrison with good speed out there, unfortunately just got a little under it and popped it up.
And a swing and a miss for strike 3, and that's a strikeout, and that's strikeout number 5 for Schoolcraft in the game. 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Thank you. I can't count my K's. I've written them down, but I can't count them apparently.
Well,
so,
I had to double check because we already know I can't read my own handwriting.
yeah,
so
3. So yeah, 6 K's that I have made note of for Schoolcraft on the mound. And now, top of the order, Kaya Boyle, your second baseman, coming up to the plate. So 1 out, nobody on. Boyle with a 1-0 count. That is going to clip the outside corner for call, strike 1. So 1-1 your count on Boyle. Hobbs down to 2 outs. They've got to get at least 1 run to keep this game going. That's going to hit the inside corner and be a 1-2 count. So 1-2 on Boyle. This is Boyle's 3rd plate appearance in the game. A chopper to third base as Aragon fields it and fires it over to first to get the 2nd out.
And you know, sometimes you just have those games or those series where nothing goes your way, and really that's been the day for Kaya. It's pretty much been the day for most of Hobbs hitting through this point. They've just got 2 hits in the ball game, and now with Jimenez coming to the plate.
They only had 3 hits in the first game. And this comes low and inside for ball number 1. Mariah Jimenez up to the plate, right fielder for Hobbs. 2 outs, nobody on, 1-0 the count. Hobbs down to their final batter, final out, that is. Maybe not final batter, but final out. Unless they can find a way to get 1 run across, the game will be done. 2 outs, nobody on, 2-0 the count. Top of the 5th inning here, and a call strike on the inside corner, so 2-1 the count. And a fastball at the knees over the inside corner. Nice pitch. Jimenez taking a look at it. 2-1 count. Swing and a miss for strike number 2. 2 outs, nobody on, 2-2 the count. Chavez awaits on deck, Rodriguez in the hole. Hobbs would like to be able to get that far if they could find a way to get 1 run across in this at bat. Then they could keep the game going, and that is going to be low for ball 3. That runs the count full now. Jimenez, 2 outs, nobody on. Hobbs down to a final strike to try to stay alive in this game, try to keep it going. And a swing and a miss is strikeout number 7 and out number 3, and ends the game. 11-1 is your final score here. Carlsbad beating Hobbs in the 2nd of the doubleheader after beating them in the 1st by a score of 8-1. So Hobbs falling in both ends of the doubleheader in Carlsbad. 11-1 your final score here. And we'll be back to wrap this one up with more Hobbs Late Eagle softball on Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. And welcome back to the wrap-up of this second of the doubleheader here in Carlsbad as the Cave Girls beat the Lady Eagles 11-1 in a run-ruled shortened game after a 5.5, just really in the top of the 5th inning. So Hobbs batted 5 times and could only manage 1 run, and they did that 1 run on only 2 hits. Chavez and Rodriguez had the hits, both of them in the 1st inning. And then Hobbs left 4 on base. They commit 2 errors. And for Carlsbad, they get the 11 runs on 13 hits. They commit no errors. They leave 3 on base. And your losing pitcher, Medina, striking out 2, walking 1. Granillo coming in relief. And your winning pitcher, Schoolcraft, striking out 7, walking 3. And no home runs in this game. There was a 3-run home run in that first game that Carlsbad won 8-1, but no homers in this one. But plenty of hits, 13 of them for Carlsbad.
Well, now going to be very important for Hobbs to try and bounce back on Friday as they dropped under 500 on the season now at 10-11. But more importantly, they go to 4-2 in district. So that makes those games coming up against Roswell High a lot more important. Not that they weren't going to be important anyway, but there's a lot more emphasis on those now.
Right, and Hobbs did beat. They're going to be playing Roswell High on Friday, and Hobbs beat Roswell in both ends of a doubleheader in Roswell. So if you look at the record, Hobbs has got to be confident going into those games that they know that they can beat Roswell. If they can do it at home, then they need to get that back to to get more district wins and to get back above 500 on the season, TJ.
Well, absolutely, and that's going to be the goal, especially coming down to the last 2 weeks of the season, and Hobbs being at number 12 overall in Class 5A. You need those wins to see if you can move yourself up those rankings. I mean, if they took them right now, Hobbs would have to go to Farmington to play Piedra Vista, and I don't think any of us want to go to Farmington for that first-round game.
No, not at all, because Hobbs, I think, is ranked 12th right now. Is that
correct,
right?
Yes.
Hobbs ranked 12th. Of course, Carlsbad ranked 2nd in the state. So they were, on paper coming into this game, Hobbs was not expected to beat them. But that's why you play the games, because anything can happen. And Hobbs did end up losing 8-1 and 11-1 in this doubleheader. But some good lessons to take from it. And Hobbs looking for redemption Friday at home against Roswell High, and we will be there. I'll be there with the game. I think you'll be on assignment with your own games that night, TJ.
I think so. Yeah, I think assuming they have umpires. I was supposed to be on assignment tonight.
Right.
Had a little trip up from Roswell when they forgot to tell me that they weren't playing those games tonight for Lovington.
No.
They've been rescheduled for tomorrow. But
Okay, great. Okay, so anyway, Roswell, you had a little road trip, a trip to Carlsbad with a stop in Roswell on the way.
I'm taking
right?
the long way around tonight.
Okay, so I will have the game solo on Friday night in Hobbs, and that wraps everything up. So Hobbs falling 8-1 and 11-1 in this doubleheader against Carlsbad in the Cave City. And thank you again to our sponsors. I'll run down them one last time, and then we've got to get our equipment up. Lee County State Bank, Thriftway, NMR Pipeline, Eunice Pump and Supply, Forest Tire, Lasco, Robinson and Associates, The Model, SunGuard, Hobbs Rental, Hobbs Express, Devon Energy, and First American Bank of Hobbs. That wraps things up. I'm Dawn Morgan. Thank you very much for watching and listening to Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball on HobbsAmerica.com and HobbsAmerica.com. Hobbs Sports YouTube and HobbsAmerica.com. I'll get it right. And thank you and good night. Safe travels, everybody. We'll see you again for Hobbs Lady Eagle Softball Friday.